So probably you will be wondering who is this guy who is talking about design in the stage. So my journey started with the Astral Ninja experience and said, this is crappy. We need to work on that. But yeah, we need designers, and probably this guy is just backend developers developing this application. So I started using services like Nostr directory back in the days, and I was trying to experiment with those platforms. And I remember that I redesigned the whole website and the whole experience for the Nostr directory, and that was mainly used for finding friends from Twitter on Nostr. And the other side that I worked on, and I applied the same methodology, redesigning the whole thing and then showing to the developers and say, would you like to implement this or would you like to have it? And they usually said yes. So Nostr build is right here. I applied the same thing for Nostr build. I found it ugly, but it worked. It was really fast. And I use it every day for uploading pictures, videos. And I was like, probably this is the Google Drive for Nostr. So I will be interested in collaborating with those guys. I didn't know it was just one guy. And I just jumped into my Figma file and started like thinking about how the experience should work. And when I had something kind of ready, I showed it to the main developers, and he was really amazed, and we started like implementing it right away. And then right after that, I remembered that I was able to interact with big names in Nostr, such as Jack, and said, I remember that I thought in the very beginning that Jack was the founder of Damus. And then I texted him and said, are you the founder of Damus? I would like to collaborate and design on Damus. And he said, no, I'm not the one behind Damus. JB55 is the one, so you should contact him. And I was amazed because, oh, probably this Jack replying to me. Why? And I was completely blown away about the power of Nostr. And I went ahead and say, hey, Will, I would like to work on Damus design. And he said, we need help pretty much everywhere. So just go ahead and do something. I've also co-founded a Stemster, which is an experience for musicians where you can explore sounds or tracks, and then you can make music out of it. It's pretty amazing. It has good design as well. And I remember that I had another idea about having the TweakDeck version for Nostr, and I created, I designed a client, like just the client design and experience, how that worked, about a product called Nostr. But after that, right after that, I remember that William from Damus said, I would like to build something similar to TweakDeck, and I would like to use your designs. So I said, okay, go ahead, and here's the Figma file. You could just go ahead and start like applying all the design to your new client, and he renamed it to Notdeck. He's still working on that. And I failed and I've tried and failed, and to contribute with Damus. And Damus is, I think, is the most famous client out there. And this was my first Damus design or iteration. So as you can see here, this is design, I honored even the font that I used that is called Satoshi for Damus. But when I showed this to William and some other developers in charge of the application, they told me, no, we have no time to build that. And why I failed? I think I failed because at that point, developers were mostly working alone, shipping features for their client-so files, that they didn't even have the time to actually build custom UX experiences. And of course, they didn't have like the users in mind while designing or building stuff. And this is my Damus second try. So right after that, I started like I continued designing stuff. I went to my Figma file and say, well, I would like to start right from the beginning. And this is my second try, and Eric is right here, another Damus developer. He really liked the design and said to me, well, we will be able to implement that right now because I will be working on that. So yeah, so this is how Damus looks right now in the majority of screens. We need a lot more features to ship, but we're making progress on that. So how can I help users? I think we can help them by following them, introducing them, zapping them, and keep them in the loop about your features, supporting them when they ask questions. I think when normies join Nostr, they need to feel interaction. And if you follow them or introduce them saying like, this is my friend who joined Nostr right now, I think that feeling is amazing for us as normies, and they will feel like this protocol is working. And I think you will be able to help them by just doing these other things. So these are some of the stories or comments from people that I know when joining Nostr. I have a lot of friends and family who've been like joining Nostr every day, and they basically tell me these things. That is too complex. The other is nobody is there. The third one is I opened an account, but there's no engagement. It is made for Bitcoiners only. It is only for social networks like Twitter or Instagram, something related to that, which is not the case. And the other is, oh yeah, it's a cool idea, but yeah, it won't work because it requires a lot of things to actually work, and it's too complex, and everything is kind of connected. So in the previous screen, I said that if you follow them or introduce them and sub them, they will feel like the engagement that we all probably feel right now, and they won't feel alone anymore. So you are a designer why you are a designer and how you can contribute to grow Nostr. You might be wondering, I'm not a designer. You will be saying like, I'm a developer, or I'm a marketer, or I'm just hanging around on there. But the reality is that you are also a designer. You are a designer when you are basically suggesting features, helping designers when they share design proposals, commenting on app releases, test app features, suggest changes in features, or introduce other and try to understand their points. You will be a designer if you basically said a couple of months back, I remember that I've shared some design proposals about how Damus should treat, I don't know, like going to a profile or something related to that, how to sub people. And a lot of people jumped and say, oh, this thing should be done this other way, or should be designed this other way. So if you see, you don't need to be a product designer or a experienced designer to actually help build, shape the future of Nostr. How you can grow Nostr in reality. If you are a designer or a developer, you could just build stuff and build your favorite application on top of Nostr. So as I said before, Nostr is not just for social media. And you could build pretty much everything you want on top of Nostr, and you will be collaborating to grow the protocol by just building your favorite tools. The other thing that you could do is improve what you don't like about the current applications or client. So if you want to go ahead and say, I don't have the skills or the time to create new clients or applications, I would like to just help on providing feedback and helping and introducing and zapping people and hugging new users. I don't know if you remember when Jack, back in the days, he used to introduce people by just adding the shaka emoji or hugging new users. And we need to feel that engagement for new users, and they will feel like it is something really cool. And by just doing that, you will be collaborating to grow Nostr in a huge manner. And this is another topic that I wanted to talk about. It is how to keep up with devs. I have some friends that are devs, and some of them are here as well. They know they are too fast, and there are many of them, and they build things all the time. So it's really hard to keep up with all those things happening at the same time. And it happened to me that I was working on Damus, I was working on Stemster, I was working on Nostr build, I was working on Notdeck and a bunch of other clients, just shaping the future of Nostr, and it's really hard to keep up with all the work that the developers are doing every day. So one way to avoid that and to feel consumed is just communicating with the developers. Design things even the developers won't implement it yet. Because that happened to me with Damus, that I just went ahead and redesigned like the entire experience, and we have a huge file, and you could check it out in the Figma community, which is open source. You could see that we have still a lot of views to build, and I just went ahead and designed everything that I thought it is important, even though it's not fully implemented yet. So Eric is working every single day on that, and William is also working on that, and we have every single week dev calls and see what we could build out of the Roberto's design. So the designs are there, and we still now have a lot of features to release. Also, by just providing feedback, saying like developers, they work in a bunch of things, but sometimes they don't implement your design in the proper way. So you need to provide feedback on them and say stop a little bit, and go back and add those things, the little shadow or the little corner radius. I know that those things are super small, but are super important in order to deliver a good experience for them. Because again, we are competing against Twitter, against Instagram, against WhatsApp, and they have really good experiences, and they really care about those small topics. And the other is collect feedback from users and prioritize tasks. As you can see in Damus, we have a friend in there, and he is the manager, who is Elsat. He is basically every single day collecting feedback from user, adding those issues to the GitHub log, and we go ahead and in the GitHub and say, oh, what's the most important task right now to implement? And yeah, I think those things are important to keep up with all the developers. And the other, and probably one of the last things that I'm going to speak is about Nostr is the Wild West. And you don't need to ask any permissions to actually build things. So you just need to go ahead and say, I would like to build this Vine or this Instagram, or I'm going to just design it and someone else will implement it. So you don't need to ask for any permissions in order to deliver good experiences. And yeah, thank you very much. Muchas gracias. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask in regards to design, working with devs, if you want to collaborate on something. Yeah, go ahead. I pretty much use Figma. Figma for everything. I'm not a big fan of Photoshop. I don't do graphic design because I don't like it. I'm not interested in the experience and the whole UX flows and all this stuff. And I think Figma, for me as a tool, is the one that provides me the most value. Someone else? Yeah, go ahead. Currently, I'm working on Stemster, which is a music client. And again, as I said before, I remember that even Jack shared that on Twitter and say, well, you see, Nostr is not just for social media, so you could build stuff. So it is a client where you could basically share stem or a sound, and could be as little as a clap, or you could be just singing, and then a bunch of people will discover that track and say, oh, this is really cool, I will use it in my new track. And we have artists making music out of those sounds, and where you could honor those sounds in a sound tree, so you will see like the whole process. When you deliver a song, you will see all the small pieces that help you build the full song. So that's really cool. So it's a Stemsters right now. and the Note deck, which is the tweet deck like version of Nostr. Yep. Yeah. Go ahead. Um, well, Damus is a pretty big application, and it has a lot of views to actually build. And the website that Vanessa showed a couple of minutes back, I'm still working on that. But I think in the past, we've explored the opportunity to design the Damus Android application, which will require basically the duplication, not duplication, but yeah, like recreate every single screen in a Android view, so which is going to be a lot. But actually, like building things like the GitHub stuff, it's a pretty cool idea, because I remember that in Costa Rica in March, Jack said that it's not just cool; it is super important to have the GitHub version for Nostr, so that way we could run the Bitcoin nodes and all the codes not in GitHub but in the GitHub version in Nostr, which is decentralized as well. So you will be securing like the Bitcoin code in Nostr. So that will be a really cool project to work on, and massive. Someone else? Cool. So I think that's it. Thank you very much.
What's that?
Say what you said a moment ago and be like, we're just waiting.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for a moment until they tell us we've got the green light, and then we'll go. Unless someone wants to tell us we've got the green light. Is that it? Okay. You good? You good? Go. All right, well, I guess it's Nostr, so there's no rules, right? We could just go ahead and start. I didn't know if there was someone who was supposed to like kick it off, but I guess we'll go ahead. Minasan yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Nostrasia yokoso e ne. Yeah! Pera pera jinai. Kono hito wa dekiru ne. Do we have any families in the audience? Any parents with children around? All right, good. Hey, oh, here we go.
You can grab that second mic.
Sure. We didn't quite stretch over there.
I got you. Go ahead and
Maybe there is enough. Try pulling. There we go. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll just kind of hang out right back here if that's good. Perfect.
make sure to talk nice and close to the mic so everybody can hear you.
Yeah, we'll do. Hello. All right. Very good. Cool. So let's Nostr. This is an opportunity for my daughter and I to share with other families, other parents and children our experiences pair programming using Nostr. We passed out some choto meishi mitai, some little cardboard or marketing little pieces of paper on the tables there if you're interested in following along. Welcome to everyone on the live stream as well. And before we start, I did want to thank one more time our event hosts and all of the volunteers. So arigato, many. Thank you very much for all the work you guys are putting in. Oh, thank you. Tell them where they can find everything in there.
Yeah, so if you want to find any links to any resources that we're going to bring up, please go to sophiebonacci/letsnoster. It'll have all the information on our talk, and we'll have a link to our slideshow on there as well.
Great. All right, so just a little bit of an introduction for us. You'll see here's our NIMs. We're both on Nostr, of course. We are, as I said, a father and daughter team, and this is my daughter, Soph.
Yeah, I'm a high school senior, and I have college coming soon. I'm in the middle of my applications right now. Yeah.
And I go by Fibonacci. I'm a delivery manager. I work with a lot of software teams, but neither of us are coders, which is the most exciting part of this talk. The coding that we've done is just because we're interested in things like freedom tech and free open source software and just meeting really cool people. So, hajimemashite. What's our mission? What are we trying to do with this pair programming?
So our mission is to first and foremost prepare me for university studying in computer science, things like that, and just getting some quality father-daughter time between us before I leave for college. And learning useful programming practices and tools as we expand our experience and to build the Nostr together.
The Nostr. So when people say, why Nostr, I think Pablo says it really well. If anyone's been to Costa Rica or has seen one of the videos from Costa Rica, Pablo is prolific. I'm not sure where he finds the time, but I think the extra appendages probably help him out. And he was the one at this talk, and there's a link to it in the resources there. He said that Nostr is one of the greatest gifts that we have, especially as novice programmers, because it's so fast. It's free network effects. If you are on Nostr, suddenly you have access to everybody else on Nostr, the open social graph of it all. There's no APIs involved, and the zapping, the in-protocol payments. These are the things that Pablo said were the benefits, but what we've discovered is it's easy, right? Not only is it easy, but we can get very fast feedback. Whenever we do just a keystroke or two, we can immediately see how things change right away. There's no rules with Nostr. And did we mention it's fast and easy? So many, many benefits to programming with Nostr.
So our timeline, how we got here. So mostly this timeline is about me, but back in elementary school, I had a little bit of programming in my life, and then I had some iPad apps, things like really simple things. And then in middle school, a little more, and then back last year in the fall, I had started taking my first actual computer science related class in school, and then my dad joined Damus.
Yeah, I joined the Damus test flight back in December. Anyone else join last year around when Jack tweeted out? Yeah. And then Soph joined right after that. Mm-hmm. So in terms of the timeline, we only started pairing earlier in this summer. And we started because we wanted to build some reactive websites, and we heard about Svelte as an easy kind of framework to get involved with. And then we kind of used that as a means to get into Nostr.
Yeah, so for our process, we used what was called Scrum. We used short iterations of it, about a week long. And we made a plan on Sunday, and we were always solo or pairing from Monday to Saturday because I had school every week, and my dad was, he has work, things like that. So we weren't always able to do things on the same timeline. And then on Sunday, we would do a demo of what we'd done, and then we would inspect it together. And my mom was our Scrum Master, kind of leading us from behind.
Kibishi Okasan. So what we'd like to do now is just demonstrate a few of the microblogs that we had created together. The first one is for Sophia. She grabbed the domain name sophwork.io, and it looks something like this. You want to talk about what you did and maybe show off the site?
Yeah, so sophwork.io is still a work in progress. It's really simple, but I wanted it to be that simple. So on a scale of 1 to 5 stars, I put a simplicity of 1. The only thing that has Nostr in it is just it displays some of my last posts. I think if I go this way, I have Sophwork open. This is the light mode. If I come to the Soph page, it's really simple, like I said so far. But it goes like this, and then it has some of my posts. Here he is. We were here yesterday in the morning, so this is that. Just simple things. Yeah. So that's what Sophwork has Nostr related with the NDK.
So very easy to integrate a feed into a website. Between every demo here, we're going to give a little bit of insight, again, into our process and pair programming.
Yeah, so speaking of pair programming, it's all about working and learning in tandem.
So if you don't know what pair programming is, it's when two people typically are working together at one computer. The person whose hands are on the keyboard is called the driver, but the person who's maybe sitting next to them is the navigator. So if we were working together like this, I might be giving directions, and the person who's driving at the keyboard doesn't have to be an expert. They don't have to know anything. But I, as a navigator, need to be articulate in the instructions that I give, have to give clear instructions. So we might operate like this for maybe 10 minutes or so, and then we might switch roles. So there's benefits to pair programming, as you can see here, such as we can work very quickly, very rapidly. It increases the ability to share knowledge and to learn amongst ourselves And if you are working in an environment with teams and new people coming on all the time, pairing is a fantastic way to onboard new members to the way that your team works or the technology or whatever it might be. Just keep thinking, 2 brains are better than 1. In terms of some of the resources, do you want to tell them about these?
Yeah, so our first brush with Svelte, which what we used to build our websites, was this YouTube video by someone named Joy of Code. Just a really simple but kind of long video in depth of how to just build a blog. So Sophwork and all the other websites that we'll be showing soon, at the core was based off of this video and what we learned with this.
So link to the video on the resource page that's on the website there. But again, not a Nostr video, just a Svelte video. And again, for 2 people who have never coded like this before, pairing up and watching a video and pausing the video and rewinding and going back has been really helpful. So we use that, we leverage that as a tool. Then there's other resources. Again, when you start getting into Nostr, there's something called NDK, the Nostr Development Kit. And they've got some really good documentation at nostr.fyi here, as well as the GitHub repository for Nostr Dev Kit. So I encourage you, if you're looking into building with Nostr, to go check out those websites as well. Does anybody know Jeff G? Anyone know Jeff? Yeah, a few of you. So Jeff is here with us at Nostrasia. In fact, he'll be on the stage right up here next, right? He's also put out some fantastic videos on the NDK, Nostr Dev Kit. So here's the 3 videos that he put out a few months ago. They're a little bit old because everything's moving so fast in the Nostr development, but fantastic reference. And again, we watched them together, and as we were watching them, we borrowed a lot of what he was doing on the screen, and then we experimented with that. Demo number 2.
Yeah, so next we have something called Nostr Garden, which is a simple site for displaying picture of nature and our garden. So a step up from Sophwork, it's a simplicity of 2 out of 5.
So let's show them the site.
Yeah.
And again, Nostr Garden, it's our backyard. So we would take pictures and post them to Nostr, but what we did was, if you scroll down to some of the bigger pictures, keep going, just keep scrolling as I'm talking. Some of the larger pictures you see here, those come from the account Nostr Garden. So we created a Nostr account with a public-private key pair for Nostr Garden. Go to the one right below here, and you can see there's a bird in the tree with the big picture. That comes straight from that account. The one above it, that comes from another account who uses the appropriate hashtag. So we can separate a primary and kind of secondary accounts here. And it's just useful for, in this case, just photos of nature, right? But what I'd like to do is go back to the slide here and show you something about the relay. Because for this one, for Nostr Garden, we built our own, we didn't build it. We bought a relay here. Why don't you go to the next page there, the next slide. The relay is from a website called, is it relay.tools?
Yeah.
Relay.tools, where you can just purchase a relay for something like $5 US for 1 year. And in it, if you go to the next slide, you'll see that there's, yeah, this is good here. This is kind of the flow. And on this slide here, you can see on the relay itself, you can add users, you can whitelist a user, or you can whitelist a keyword. You can also blacklist or block keywords and users. So here, maybe it shows, yes, you can see some of the keywords that are allowed to pass, things like Nostr Garden or Gardenster. And then this is the public key for the Nostr Garden account. So if you go back one slide to that green box there, yeah. This is actually on the About Us page of Nostr Garden. It says, first of all, is the post coming from this relay? We're only pulling from our private relay. If it is, let's go to step 2. Is the post coming from that white labeled user? If it is, post it. If it's not coming from Nostr Garden user, let's see if they have the tags, those hashtags. Does it say garden? Yes, it does. Well, let's continue one more time. Does it have an image? If there's no image, skip it. If there is an image, we'll post it. Right now, only a few people are using that relay, just family. So if more people start using that relay, I might have to start looking at what pictures are coming through and then maybe apply some other rules as well. So in making Nostr Garden, it was very similar to what Soph did on her SophWork.io page, except now we've got some more sophistication with the rules that we're doing and some of the styling that we're doing with it. By the way, whenever we develop, what we like to do is try to go to a local meetup and demonstrate what we're doing there in front of an audience of maybe 2 or 3 other people and get some feedback as we do it. That helps us kind of get out of our own little bubble, get out of our own little echo chamber of, hey, that looks really good, don't we feel good? Because then we could get other people saying, well, maybe it could be better, right?
So our third website is calligraphyjapan.com, I think our most recent website. So this is a simple site for displaying an artist's calligraphy, an artist who is my mom. Simplicity's still at 2, but now we're going to try to go for zapping and localization on the site. So if we go to it.
So we've got a short video that we would like to show you now if it...
Should we show it first, or should we do the...
Yeah, why don't we show the video first?
Okay, so this is our video. Does sound work on this?
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get through this with no technical problems.
Oh, that's not working.
Make it big.
Yeah.
Oops.
I don't know if the sound's going to work on this.
Turn up your volume.
Oh, if I... Okay, hold on.
So if it doesn't come over the speakers, what we'll do is we'll skip this 4-minute video and invite you to watch it. But you'll hear it, if you do understand Japanese, you will hear Soph and her mother only speaking in Japanese to each other because Soph's mother is Japanese, and as she said, she's also a calligraphy artist. So if you skip through the video a little bit, just show a little bit of how she's interacting.
Can we hear this?
Let me tell you about my mom and her calligraphy. She's been practicing shodo all her life.
Can you hear that fine?
Japanese calligraphy.
Wait,
Oh, they can, they said.
you can?
Yeah, play it.
Okay, okay. I'm going to go back from the start and just let it play.
It's a cute little...
Let me tell you about my mom and her calligraphy. She's been practicing shodo all her life. The Japanese calligraphy school that she belongs to doesn't have an easy way to show off her work. Same with her friends. I talked to her about the websites that my dad made for her.
ホームページのことで何か困ってることがあるの？そうなんだよね。前にいくつかホームページを
They were rather interesting. They were just hard to use.
まあなんか書道のものをやっぱりもうちょっと簡単に載せられたらいいなと思ってんだけど。
Using VS Code on my MacBook, I was able to easily start a Svelte project.
私もっと簡単な方法を知ってるよ。ナスターというもの。ナスター？で何どうしたらいいわけ？電話にアプリをダウンロードすれば簡単だよ。ナスターを探せばいいの？ちょっと違う。ナスターはプロトコルなの。Eメールやインターネットみたいなやつ。ダマスっていうアプリを探してみて。ダマスはクライアントアプリなの。ナスターの。じゃあ、ダマスのスペリングは？ D A M U S。はい、できた。リサーチ？はい、出たよ。それだね。じゃあ開けて。
Not only do we want to add the ability for visitors to react and zap, we also plan to allow her friends to post their pieces too. This means that my mom has to show her friends how to get onto Damus or some other client. And I'm sure she'll ask me for more help, but we'll see about that.
クリエイトアカウント。パブリックキー？それは人を探すためのもの。ディスプレイね。ユーザーネーム。ユーザーネーム？はいはい。
I wanted her to use Damus because it was easy. All she had to do was sign up, take a picture, and post it.
爆水。はい、できた。あと何？じゃあクリエイトアカウント。
Behind the scenes, it was time for my dad and I to get busy designing the site, so we made a plan.
プライベートキーはどういうふうに使うの？パスワード的なもの。ああ、そうなんだね。へえ。秘密だから誰にも見せちゃダメだよ。そうなんだね。簡単だね。
I imported NDK, which is the Nostr dev kit, and was able to quickly connect relays and pull events. The site we're building her grabs her posts from a private relay and exhibits her artwork beautifully. So let's see what she thinks about the site.
じゃあサイトどう？いい感じだよ。じゃあもう一つポストしてみれば？ダマス開けて。それでいい？じゃあポストして。いいね。で、ダマスに出てきたから、ここも出てくるね。あ、もう出てきた？さっきの見たら、同じだね。あ、いいね。よかったね。あ、じゃあ私の書道仲間にも簡単にできるって教えてあげたいね。
So there you go. Nostr to build websites. Pretty easy if you ask me.
So yeah, that was our little demo video for that, for Calligraphy Japan.
So if you're watching live, hello, Hakusui. She's in Los Angeles right now. She did not join us for this trip.
So then if we just visit the website really quickly, you'll see that this was the picture that was posted in that video. And she has all of her other posts in here as well. And we're looking to add very soon.
So not many yet, but again, as Soph said, we're trying to open it up so that not only Hakusui, Soph's mom, can display hers, but also other people in her same calligraphy school can also join Nostr. Hopefully the onboarding is easy using Damus, and they can similarly post their artwork as well. To be developed.
Okay, so our fourth website is called mikanoster.com, which is a combination of Mikang and Nostr.
So it has a strange name. If anyone was in Costa Rica for Nostrica, maybe you heard Pablo created a website called Ana Nostr. Ana is a word for pineapple. I don't know why he named his website Ana Nostr, but he was inspired by a pineapple, which might be good for Costa Rica, but for Japan we decided to use Mikan. Why don't you open up that site? It's basically a Craigslist or a classifieds type of a site where you could post events based on different categories. Click the purple button, add a post. Use the drop down and say, I want to sing karaoke. And you can give it, we're not going to do it now, but you can give it a time and more details. And once you post it, then and this is posting using a kind 121 in Nostr. Most Nostr notes are kind 1 events, but this is going to be a kind 121 event. And so it posts as that, but any replies will be kind 1. So we got about maybe 80% done with all the feature parity to where Ana Nostr was, and our pair programming skills were really put to the test, but didn't quite overcome, right? So it was a fun project, and hopefully we'll talk to Pablo during the next few days, and maybe he can give us some hints too. What was nice was, again, we used the meetups to go ahead and demonstrate some of this to the people in our community too. So here's another little bit of some tips that you can try if you are also working in a pairing relationship.
Yeah, so some of the do's are to, when using Git, to pull whenever you start. Just make sure that you're always having a fresh start, And then do commit more frequently during your session, or when you're done, just remember to commit that so you have extra green on your GitHub. And rotate very often, or use Pomodoros if you're working solo.
And one thing is, don't wait 3 weeks between programming sessions, because maybe you will forget everything. All right, and the last one, we won't demonstrate this because it's not launched. It's just working on my local host. But Feedster is another project that we created where we're just experimenting. We're trying new things. So we're looking at like Jeff G's code, whoever that guy is, and we're like trying something that he's done or something that someone else has done. So it's an internal sandbox. Hopefully we'll post feedster.xyz sometime in the next few days. But right now it's just a fun little place to experiment and play. And we also do have another relay that we're using, again, for experimental purposes there. All right, so as we wrap up, we wanted to just show you what NDK looks like. Again, I would point you to the resources that we showed as well, but here's some of the takeaways that we found. First of all, it's very easy, as we said. If you're looking at the documentation, you can see a lot of this is already there. So this is a case where we created what's called a singleton. We took the NDK object and we created a single instance of it so we can write it once, turn it on once, and then use it anywhere across the web pages. So you see, it's not very many lines of code. Up in the top, we're importing our packages. We're assigning this NIP07 signer, which allows other people to use something like Albi or NSEC Bunker or something like that to authenticate. And then we're going ahead, attaching some relays and making our connection. If the connection works, we're creating it so it's writable and, again, usable throughout the project. How about the relays?
Yeah, so for our relays, this is for Calligraphy Japan specifically. We have a few different groups of relays. At the top, you'll see we have current relays, which are the ones that we'll be using within Calligraphy Japan right now. And we have a list of Japanese relays that we found. Since we don't live in Japan, we don't really, and we're not on that side of Nostr. We don't know what the best Japanese relays are, but we just pulled 4 of the ones that we saw most common.
後で教えてください.
Yeah. And then we just have a few more that we're testing, but for now we're using the current relays at the top.
If you don't know what Purple Pages is, Pablo created that one as well, and it's only collecting, I think it's kind 0, which is the information, the user information, the meta data there, and then of course testing, as you said. So how do you implement NDK? So one of our pages in Svelte, again, a reactive website, at the top of the page, you'll see we're pulling in, we're importing our packages or our singleton object, different types, and then we're making, we're doing this, this subscription. It says here on line 9, it says, go ahead and create a subscribe event. So you're pulling all these kind 1, which is just the general notes. And we're only going to collect 99 of them there, you see on line 11. So we're limiting the global feed to just return the top 99, the most recent 99 events. And then we do a little bit more with the subscription there. And then what we do is all of the 99 events that we've captured, we've got an array of them, and we're just cycling through, we're iterating through the array, and each event we're just passing to the component postcard as a post. Let's go ahead and look at that component.
Yeah, so for the postcard.svelte file that we're in, you can see that we've imported everything we've talked about, and we have this content string on line 10. So all of the content of the post, which is like the image, all of the words will be in that string, and then we have the author on line 13, which gets their profile with their hex pub key and their post pub key, so we can display that better.
Mm-hmm. So it's just one long file broken up over 3 slides here. The second slide that you go to, this is where we're using regular expressions to identify any hyperlinks, to make sure that the line breaks and the formatting is nice, and to identify the image, just kind of regular expressions. On to slide 3. And then we bring it all home. You want to talk about this?
Yeah, so at the top we're going to display the avatar of the of the author of the post. And then we have their profile and the display name, just making it really beautifully displayed on our website. Instead of a lot of words and unnecessary things, we just have nice big name, nice big name, picture, and things like that.
And then, of course, the date that it was posted, the created at date, and then the cleaned up code. You can say you can see that we converted the link to image, we added the line breaks, we got the links there. So those 3 functions that you saw earlier, and then a little bit of style. So there's not a lot of complex code going on here. It's very pretty much reusable from one project to the next. We might just change a public key or change the style or maybe change a little bit of how Nostr is interacting. Great. So as we wrap up, we just want to repeat the importance of reaching out and participating in your community. Especially if you're not a developer, a real strong developer, it's really good to get involved with the community and get that feedback and maybe find some expertise. So what are some ways that you could work within your community and talk to your community with this sharing and learning? Well, first of all, you could do that over Nostr, right? Keep in mind, it's great to make friends, not just with developers, but with anybody. But certainly when you're talking to developers over Nostr, be nice, compliment their work, build a nice relationship, be brave, share your progress. That takes a lot of courage sometimes. And always be curious and ask for advice. Maybe there's something that you can improve. So I think that's very important. Another way to get involved with the community is through something like Meetup. So if there's no meetup in your area, I would advise that you just start one. That's what we did with Nostr OC, Orange County, California. So if you're ever in Southern California and you want to come to join our meetup in person, it's an open invitation, of course. And then there's a few other things that you can do. We've started recording ourselves for a podcast. We haven't pushed a podcast out yet, but we've started, and we hope to share a lot of the things that we're learning over the podcast. We've also made some videos. You saw one short video, but we've also been documenting the progress with Mika Nostr. And then also the Telegram group is great for reaching out to people who really know their stuff, that can very happily even give you some advice. And so,
now our last section is our future plans.
So what do we plan to do together?
Well, first is features for our unfinished website, Calligraphy Japan. We wanted to add some localization, especially because of the whole Japanese community on Nostr. So we wanted to add, and French. So we want to do that as soon as possible. And we want to also add the ability to react and zap within Calligraphy Japan's website.
So for that, we'll need that authentication, that NIPO7 signer that we showed.
And then, like we said in the video, we wanted to add my mom's friends from her Shoto class. Hopefully, she can introduce them to Nostr.
So we're also looking for other projects that we can do that are within our skill range, or maybe at the edge, pushing us just maybe beyond what we can do. So we'd be happy to hear from you if there's anything that you might recommend in terms of other projects that we might look into, maybe beyond microblogs. And then any other learning that we can do together, that's certainly something that we're interested in.
Yeah, so for my future plans, like I said, I'm in the middle of my college application, so after all of this is done, I'm looking forward to starting at an internship possibly, or getting advice on how to reach out and connect with people that could give me that opportunity, and get ready for my future career out of college, things like that.
And then as far as I go, I'm going to miss working with her once she goes to college, but in the meantime, I do have a full-time job as a delivery manager of software teams, but I am eager to start looking for opportunities outside of the fiat world and start working in places that celebrate freedom tech. Notice we haven't even said the B word in our whole presentation here today, but that's very exciting to me. So I'll be on the hunt looking for opportunities for me to get involved and contribute that way. In addition, I'll be at Nostrville in Tennessee next week. If anyone's going to be there, give a shout out. And finally, oh boy, community is my thing. I would love it. I think it's my calling to open up a hacker space where there's podcast studios and I can serve coffee as your barista. So that's me in a nutshell. I hope that you had a great time with us here today. I know that we certainly did.
So where will our journey take us next?
Yeah, where indeed will we be going?
ありがとうございました。
We showed it.
Oh, okay, great. Awesome.
We're good.
Okay, we're running behind on the main stage. Our next presenters, Jeff Gardner and Pablo, will be here shortly, so just stand by.
Are there any questions? That would be a good thing. We
Yeah,
rushed
if
so
anyone has
fast
any
and didn't
questions,
even
come
ask
up and grab this
questions.
mic and ask away. Here they are.
日本語でもいいよ。
日本語わかります。日本語でも大丈夫です。
I was wondering about the cafe, the hacking space. Where would that be eventually?
Where indeed? Well, because we live in Southern California, probably there. However, I think we're trying to, well, speaking for myself, I wouldn't mind getting out of Southern California and perhaps finding another place. My heart, part of my heart, is in Yamanashi-ken. Oh, I would love to have like a little Yamanaka-ko or Fujiyoshida no Tokoro, a little cafe. Wouldn't that be lovely? But where are the hackers? So maybe there's another place that someone would recommend. Would be great. But always, it's up here. It's up here. The cafe is in my heart. Great. Okay, we're good. Okay, great. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello. I guess in true unconference style, we have done very little prep for this, but this is basically what we do all day, every day, so I think we'll be able to put it together.
Well, the talk is how to contribute to Nostr code, so just wing it. So this talk is it's a very good representation of that.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess maybe to get started, do you want, I mean, maybe you don't really need much of an introduction, but do you want to just give a quick, like, this is what I'm working on, these are the things that, with specific, like, tilt towards working on Nostr code?
Yeah, so I'm Pablo F7Z. I work on a bunch of clients, Highlighter, and a Nostr, which they forked. What else? Subster.
I was trying to lead you along to the
Help me
path
out.
of NDK.
Okay. Oh yeah, oh yeah, and NDK. Yeah. So actually, NDK comes from Nostr. For Nostr, I wrote something, and I thought, okay, I'm going to package like the Nostr specific code in a very reusable way, and then I kept copying whenever I would create a new application. I would just copy the whole Nostr code, because you saw that at Nostrasia. I would just copy the entire code base because I just didn't want to take the time to package it. But that was the goal. And yeah, I think in February or March, I packaged it.
I'll fill in some blanks. So Pablo and I met, I think in February, and basically had a conversation. We'd both found, well, he had found Nostr a little earlier. I had found Nostr around kind of late January, and I got on the phone with a couple different people, and he was one of the first, and it was like, am I seeing this correctly? Like, is this what you're, and he's like, yeah, yep, all of it, everything. It's all going to get redone. And it was like, okay, great, I'm not crazy. And then we accidentally ended up on the same flight going to Costa Rica in March. And so we ended up meeting in the Madrid airport and spent most of the flight between Madrid and San Jose in Costa Rica basically talking about, a bunch of different Nostr apps, but also this NDK thing that Pablo was starting to think about, like trying to put together. And so I immediately obviously jumped on like, okay, I'll help in whatever way I can, which is mostly like merging README changes. But I think the idea behind NDK, like BDK, like LDK, if you're familiar with those libraries, is how do we make it really easy for people to build things on Nostr without having to think about the centralization tendencies or the maintenance of sort of decentralization and just all the underlying like low-level stuff. How can we get it so that people can write something that functions in 10 or 15 minutes? And I think to that end, it's been incredibly successful. Like it's been really
totally
great.
Yeah, that point is super important, and that was 95% of the reason I wanted to package NDK and make it, because there's this overhead to you create a library for yourself, and you don't have to write any documentation. It's not like there's a lot of documentation, but you don't have to be so careful with regards to how clean the APIs are, or if you want to just break an API, if it's just you using a package, you just use it. So there's a tax, there's an overhead to be paid if you make a library like this one public. And I knew that I was going to end up breaking interfaces, which was another reason why I was delaying publishing NDK. And then in Costa Rica, I was like convinced, okay, I should just start giving access. But the fact that Nostr has very important, especially at the moment, centralizing tendencies as a developer to me was very important. I go on and on and on about the gossip protocol, now renamed, luckily, to the outbox model, which is just a fancy way of saying, where do I find events and where do I write events? Like, should I just blast them out like Blaster? Should I just send them out everywhere, or should I be a little bit more smarter? Because at the moment, everybody just connects to the Damus relay or to the Snort relay, and it works. It's very easy because it's literally just hard code some relays, and it's like very, very tempting to just do that. Just do that. Like, why care about all this really hard code that I need to write to find where? It's always a bit ambiguous. That's why the outbox models has, like, everybody that implements the outbox models ends up with a scoring system for the relays and the puff keys and all the things. So yeah, I wanted to write that code in a way that people that want to create a new client, they don't have to think about these things, because the outbox models is quite hard to implement, and it's very ambiguous, and we don't know yet I don't think there is a right way, but it's very unclear still.
Mm-hmm. So I guess given that the topic here is contributing to Nostr code, maybe let's go like really high level first, and we'll drill into a few of these things. But like from your point of view, what are some of the really key principles of the right way to contribute to open source code in general, but like in specific in the Nostr ecosystem? If somebody who's coming into this from like whatever, a web development background or kind of standard startup background and wanted to get in, like what are the things that are maybe a bit different that you wouldn't necessarily jump to if you didn't have a background working on open source stuff?
When you come from a background of just working in companies, the people that work in companies, I worked in companies for a long time and small. I worked at Merkel, so I worked in very small and very big. And the thing that they have in common is that there is a lot of roadmap. It's very clear where you're going. Or it tends to be, even like on really bad, shitty companies. I worked on a very small company. This was like 2003 or so, and we were creating a Linux distribution. A beautiful, brilliant business, if you're not Red Hat. And it was with XML. It was like, awesome. It was horrible all the way down. Yeah. And this was written by, like the company was being run by someone who had no idea what they were doing. But still, there was a roadmap. It was like the direction was clear. It was wrong, but it was clear. In open source, you don't get that. And I think it's a bit similar to what I was saying in the talk before. It's more natural. It's like life pretty much has no roadmap. Like you have to make your own roadmap. And open source is like that. No one is going to come and tell you. we had an issue opened on the indicator.
I was going to get to that next. But
Oh my God,
yeah.
that was beautiful. That was poetic.
So, hang on, before you get into that one real quick. So I guess like that is something that I think is really important. The lack of roadmap and the lack of like clarity stops a lot of people from trying to contribute. And I think that's just wrong. They feel like they need to be given permission. They feel like they need to have something assigned to them or someone who's in charge to tell them that they should do X or Y or Z. And I think especially for product managers coming to open source, that's a really hard jump to make because they're used to being the people that figure out who gets to do what and like, you know, what the priority stack is. But it's one that you've got to break your mind out of pretty quick because again, it's mostly about find something that I want to work on and work on it, like fix it and submit code.
Yeah, just in life, you're going to have a good life, regardless of development. If you think about everything in those terms, you're just going to have a much better life.
Yeah.
So going back to the stories, a few days ago, someone opened an issue on the NDK repo. It was so funny. It was the issue was properly structured, which already tells you something. It was problem. It's unclear how to contribute to this repository. Analysis or something like that.
Yeah.
There is a contributing.md file missing on this repo. Solution. I
Write a
propose
contributing.md file.
contributing.md file. And then, please assign me this issue so that I might address it. I read that, I was like, this is beautiful. I didn't reply, I just sent it to you, to Fiat Chef, and I think, and to G Sovereignty. How would you reply to this? And got all kinds of really funny responses. G Sovereignty actually went in and responded in a very polite way.
Ish.
It was quite polite.
It was a bit tongue-in-cheek. Anyways, I mean, we poke fun a little bit, but at the same time, I mean, the thing stands. Like, you can either spend 10 minutes writing an issue about the thing that needs to be done, or you can just write the doc and create a pull request. And then you've got the work done. And, you know, in 10 seconds, I read through it, and I'm like, cool, great, that sounds about right. Bam, merged. And you move on to something else.
I would reject that PR, though.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
100%
Whatever.
would reject that PR.
Anyways, I think, again, the point here is optimize for doing work that matters rather than doing work. And especially if you've come from very large companies, you live life optimizing for work. You know, the work that proves that you're doing work, or the work around managing other work. So many people in big companies, like that's actually their job versus doing the work itself. And open source is a really beautiful system because you can actually skip all those steps and just go straight to doing the work. And yes, there's a bit of communication that needs to happen, but most of that communication happens on pull requests or happens in comments on code or on designs. So I think it is one of those things that once you make that transition, it's like freeing. It's amazing.
Yeah, totally. Before we just continue with the banter, basically, are there any questions? Because maybe that would be more productive. There are no questions.
Everybody knows everything already.
Yeah, of course. Why don't we talk about NIPs, writing NIPs maybe?
Yeah, that's actually a great one. So I'm pretty sure most people here are going to be familiar with the NIPs repository. It's becoming more and more hectic by the day, which is both a great thing and also a challenge in a lot of ways.
Speaking of which, is Arthur Franca coming to,
I don't know.
to Tokyo?
I don't know.
Does the NSA allow him to come?
I don't know. In any case, like I think, you know, the NIPS repository is the sort of source of truth for how, you know, the protocol potentially can work. I think one important thing that, you know, those of us that have been around a while know is NIP 1 is the only one that's required. That's it. That's the only thing about Nostr that is actually fundamentally required to be
that's
implemented.
Nostr.
Yeah, that is
NIP
Nostr.
1 is Nostr.
Yeah, that's it. The rest of the stuff is like, you can do this if you'd like. It's a suggestion, sort of like speed limits in Italy. So I think, you know, everything should sort of be filtered, one, through that lens, and then two, you know, it's, I guess you have to come in with a bit of thick skin if you're going to try and contribute or make comments in the NIPS repository. Most people, I think a lot of people get put off because it's very brusque in how people talk in pull requests and in comments and things. And that's just kind of software engineers in general. But it's also, no one wants to spend the time, writing, again, doing work, writing 8 paragraphs to like, step around gently around your feelings. It's just like, this is a terrible concept, knack, like we're not going to do this. I don't think this is a good idea. And I think that's really good, right? But you do have to get used to that.
Yeah, to me, the non-NIPO1 NIPs are not even suggestions. They're like more documentation of, hey, if you want to be interoperable with this thing, this is the way to go, right? Because it would be very easy you create whatever, a marketplace, and you just come up with a bunch of NIPs, not even NIPs, you just come up with a bunch of kinds and you do your own thing, but then you're losing the interoperability of Nostr. So you have a market of one, right? Like the only player in that marketplace that you just made up is you. And your users. And a lot of the magic of Nostr comes from the fact that things are interoperable. So Damus is compatible with Amethyst for the most part, when they're not fighting.
For the most part.
And Primal is compatible with Snort. And that's beautiful, right? Because you don't have to use the same client to talk with different people. So to me is, okay, I created the highlighter kind, 9802. If someone wants to create this type of event, this is the way I'm doing it. And it's also good because when you go through the NIP PR process, a lot of people, semi-sold usually, a lot of people will come and will complain about every minute detail, which is annoying, but at the same time, usually you find some blind spots, some edge cases that you didn't think of, or you find a better way of doing something. When I wrote Anna Nostr, my idea was like, oh, I'm just going to put a JSON blob, stringify JSON blob on the content. What could go wrong? It's a horrible idea. It's a really bad idea. It's not the way to do it. It's not the Nostr way to do it. It's like all data modeling thinking way of doing things. But if I had proposed that on a NIP, I'm sure people would have just laughed at me and would have taught me, okay, this is not how you do it. Well, people were doing JSON on the content, but like kind 0, for example. But yeah, that's so that's my philosophy of how I understand the non-NIPO1 NIPs. And to me, writing a NIP, do you want to talk more about like how you understand the NIPs?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I guess, like, I totally agree with that point. I think the NIP process is a really good one. Again, it's brusque. You come in being humble and having a bit of thick skin and like knowing you're going to get some feedback. But like, again, that's a really good thing. And there's going to be lots and lots of bike shedding for anything, even like minor changes. But they can also go quite quickly. The NIP that I wrote for classified ads, it was actually a really great process because that exact situation happened. I called you up and we were talking about the general concept of it, and I had it built in a very different way. And we were both like, wait, if you just take one big step back from this, it's actually the same, like these 3 different things that you thought you had are actually one thing. And because we had that conversation and because we went through those, that flow, when the NIP was actually written, it took like 2 days and then it was merged. Because everybody was like, yeah, this is the right level of abstraction. This is the right setup. It's a really simple thing. But you don't get to that without, wading in and getting in there with people and like getting that feedback. And again, it's all optional, and people are going to disagree. And even now, like, people don't even agree about the Zaps NIP and like want to change it and like completely overhaul the thing. So I think you need to know that, like, one, they're optional, but also they're temporary. They will change over time and they will get rewritten and they will get replaced by other newer NIPs.
Yeah, and when you realize that the bike shedding is a bit intrinsic to the process, you can get a bit ahead of it. Once you get experience, you know what the comments are going to look like, and you can pre-reply to those comments. Usually, when someone takes a stand about something, they polarize around that stance, right? So if you preempt At least that's the way I do
I think
it.
that's
It's very
absolutely true.
politics,
I think that's
but if you
absolutely true.
preempt their objection, they will think it, but because you preempted it, they will not voice it. And because they don't voice it, they don't get their identity married to that opinion and will defend it to death.
Yeah,
I wanted to write the NBK forced me to write the identity rotation NIP, which will allow you. I still need to prepare the presentation for tomorrow, but it basically allows you to change your npath without losing your followers. It's very problematic because the protocol is not designed for that, so there is a lot of things that need to happen around this. But it's very important. Like the graph of Nostr is like most of its value. So most of the value of Nostr. So we need to find ways to preserve that. So I wrote this NIP 41, which is about to be merged, and I read all the other proposals because this is such a core problem of just identity in general, not just Nostr. That it has been proposed, multiple solutions have been proposed for quite a while. And I read all of them before creating the PR, and that's why NBK was on my ass for like days, because I was actually reading what were the objects like, why did it never work? Before I make my proposal, how did the conversation flow? And yeah, you can get ahead of stuff.
I think the other thing that works really well is implement the thing you're thinking of.
You must implement.
And like not only after the fact, but like part of the reason that I think, especially like the classified NIP, again, which is simple, and I think the reason NIP 41 will get merged pretty quickly there is, if you've got a working implementation of it, you can point to it and be like, look, I've built it. I didn't run into any other weird issues here. It does what it says, it's supposed to do. And working code generally will put a lot of conversations to bed. People get into really bike shedding situations when they're looking at documentation, but without working code to look at. So I think making sure that if you want to write a NIP, if you've got an idea for something, spend the time to actually try and implement even a super simple, like ultra basic version of it that looks super ugly, but like put it in there. Yes.
Yeah, it's actually in the README of the NIPS repo. It says there's got to be 2 implementations before any PR is merged. No one does it, but
I mean, one is I think fine. Like it's helpful.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Why Nostr would be a good choice? Okay, so let me repeat the question for anybody with a stream. So the question is, we've been talking about like how to do these things, but maybe the more important question is why should devs that might spend time on other projects or spend time trying to get VC money to work on some closed source thing, why should they spend their time building on Nostr? You want me to answer?
Is there an answer?
Freedom. I think that's the only word
such
you
a
need.
bad answer.
I know.
For everything.
I mean, it works though. It works.
I mean, I'm going to give you a talk later about how Nostr wins. So the answer to that is that Nostr wins. And if you have stuff implemented in Nostr, it's better that if you implement it on something that died, right? That's the TLDR. The longer answer, or the answer that I will present later, is that Nostr has certain properties that are just emergent from how the protocol works, which is kind of cool. It's very Bitcoiny. Like Bitcoin has some, well, let's not go the Bitcoin rabbit hole. But it has certain properties that allow for compounding in a very natural way. All the other platforms and the competing protocols, like Blue Sky and Mastodon, for the most part, all of them, do not have these compounding properties at such a deep level. It's like embedded in the nature of the protocol. So if you create something at the beginning of something that has the potential of having, I always say it's network effects, exponential use cases. If you are able to create something that is compelling and that is useful, that's one of those use cases, you're going to ride massive wave. You're going to ride a massive wave of adoption once that happens. One really good example it's so small because the network is so small, but it's very significant. And it happened, I think I was flying to Miami when that happened. Yeah, it was when I was going to Miami. So I wrote Subster, which is like a music client, like Spotify, and all the musics, and then I added podcast, and Carnage got angry at me. Is Carnage here? It's just our Nostr kinds, our Nostr events, right? So it's just like, okay, it's a music client, it has like 5 users or something like that. But then Snort added support for the kind that I created on Subster. So then you can listen to Subster music on Snort. So you have these, I mentioned it also as data liquidity. The data from Subster is leaking into the kind 1 microblogging. And now Coracle has support for Stemster. So now you can listen to bits and the stuff that people are doing on Coracle, which is it's a microblogging client. Why is it a music client? Because thinking of clients in this is a microblogging client. It doesn't really work. The lines in Nostr are way fuzzier. So that means that the activity in Stemster, the activity on Subster, the activity on WebLake impacts the activity, the value of Primal, of Snort, without them having to do any extra work. So this effect is really powerful, and there are very few protocols that have this capability. Slashtags is such a protocol, but I think that the design of Slashtags is flawed. I wrote clients for, well, okay, I don't want to open that door too much, but this is a very powerful force because it's a natural force. So the why of writing a Nostr client instead of just contributing to creating your own open source or whatever is that you're going to leverage very powerful network effect. It's just really hard to see them right now because everything is so small. But they're coming.
Yeah, like that to me is that, and the fact that it's so flexible to do any use case, I think are the most important pieces. You know, like anybody who's worked in startups for any amount of time knows that like product is actually the easy part. Distribution is the really, really difficult part. And Nostr comes with built-in distribution. Like as soon as you build a client, like Pablo said, if it's a valuable, useful thing, it will get users very quickly because you're not chasing people to get them to sign up for something new. It's one click and they're there. And all their data and all their social graph and everything comes with them. So I think being able to sort of jump that distribution kind of chasm at the beginning of creating something new is really, really powerful for building new products. And I forgot the other thing I was going to say.
And one more thing with regards to what you just said is that even within the same type of clients, you have Primal and Amethyst, or Primal and...
Amethyst is the best example here. Go ahead.
Yeah, Amethyst is a good example. Amethyst is optimizing for something that is pretty much the polar opposite of what Primal is optimizing for. Yet, they are both contributing to the same thing. They're just attacking completely different, a completely different audience. But at the end of the day, that audience, they are all in the same pool. And that's super powerful. Like Blue Sky, for example, they have their one client. It looks pretty much like Twitter. They have a product team that is working. They do not have an Amethyst-like Blue Sky client. They only have the Blue Sky client. It goes after one audience. Caveat is a very large audience because Twitter is a compelling product for a lot of people. But the fact that we can have these different approaches, and Primal is going to try a bunch of things that Bitcoiners will say, oh, this is not the right way, or CVD is going to try one approach that Bitcoiners will hate. But you don't have to use it. Yet, the activity that happens on CVD will benefit the people that are doing, using, something like
That's exactly what I was going to say. So in traditional network effects businesses, which has been most of the internet so far, all of the value accrues to who gets there first and gets scale first. And that is literally built all of the major companies, all the successful internet companies so far, is they got there not necessarily first, but they were the first to hit the inflection point where their scale compounded faster than anybody could catch them. And that is absolutely just a recipe for building monopolies, which, okay, they build really big, giant, valuable businesses, and this is why VC loves them, because they're like, if I get one of these out of 100, like, I've paid back my fund. In Nostr, it turns all of that on its head, and the value accrues to the network and everyone on the network, most of all to the users, which to me is also fascinating because it totally turns the business model on its head, as well as, you know, what you're building and how you're building it. And it makes you think of, okay, if that's true and that's what's going to happen here and it's going to accrue everywhere, what does that do to business? What does that do to how you make money on the internet? And then what effects does that have on how we do things in society? I think the last 20 years has shown us that it has been not a good outcome to have everything centralized to 3 or 4 giant, you know, mega conglomerate internet companies. Do we have much time left? Or we need to get out of here?
Yeah, as long as you want.
Oh yeah? Okay. Really? Are you sure?
It's lunch after you, so, you know. Okay.
Does anybody else have any other questions?
What we'll do?
Troll. I can hear it coming.
This is his
Go ahead,
sovereignty.
go ahead,
So
go
whatever
ahead.
he says, it's a lie.
This is the one occasion where I'm not going to troll either of you.
Don't believe it.
So you mentioned like Amethyst and Primal optimizing for different things. Can you like spell it out? Like what are those different things they're optimizing for?
Well, they're optimizing. Have you used Amethyst?
Amethyst is optimizing for like just absolute coverage on as many different use cases as possible.
Vitor is competing against himself to
Yeah.
to find a way to implement absolutely all NIPs, including the PRs, including the closed PRs, the ones that were, no one's going to use this. Okay, he's going to do it. So the client is very confusing, right? I mean, once you're using it, you get used to it, and it's really powerful. I love that Amethyst exists, and I actually use it. Like, I bought an Android just to use Amethyst. So it's a phenomenal client. It's just not a whole lot of people are going to relate to that kind of experience. Primal is optimizing for, this is not for Bitcoiners who have their cold storage.
It's optimizing for people from Twitter who
It's
just like show up
optimizing
and-
for,
yeah.
okay, let's do a kick-ass onboarding flow. Okay, let's figure out how to do this. Let's figure out how to like have a proper product vision and execute instead of like a lot of, I'm talking about what I'm going to talk on the next,
Yeah.
you can just skip the next talk. But we have a lot of developers in Nostr. We don't have enough entrepreneurs in Nostr. People that are thinking, okay, product, this is my vision. I'm going to execute in this direction. We have a lot of thinkers, and it's really good. And we need more. But we are very heavy on the thinker developer that is up creating just wild ideas, like a DAO thing, or like these wild ideas. And it's fantastic. It's great. Like, that's the kind of thing we want to see. But we also want to see going after the obvious path, like the path that requires pixel-perfect execution. That is really hard to execute well. It's really hard. But it's not going to appeal to a lot of developers, because a lot of developers, they just want to play, right? Like little kids. So those are very different audiences. Those are very different paths. And we have both. Right? We have both. No, we have N of those, right?
Yeah.
Like
Both and more.
Yeah.
And other stuff. Any other questions?
Wait, does that answer your question?
No, but it's cool.
I can't even remember what your question was. Yeah. Troll.
Back to Ananoster. For that one, you use like a kind 120, right? It just
Yeah, I
picked a
don't
number out of the
remember.
air.
I just picked a number.
So when we're coming up with like these different kinds for experimenting, is there any way that you found for like I'm thinking of like when airplanes are landing, you have to have like flight control, like making sure everyone's like crossing over. Like if I use like this event type and someone's using it for a different purpose, is there any kind of way to discover like what relays handle them or anything like that?
So
that
really,
you found?
relays for the most part, and I would like to see less of these, but for the most part are kind agnostic. Like they don't care. Kinds have different ranges of kinds have different meanings. Like 30,000 is NIP33, so its parameters are replaceable. 10,000 is replaceable. Like they have different meanings, but for the most part, relays don't care. The way I do it is I just pick a number that is funny to me. Like the Subster songs are 1337, and it needed to be NIP33, so I needed a 3 at the beginning, so it's 31337. Why? Just because of lit. It's fully because of that. For NIP41, sausage is made. So for NIP41, I chose 1776, independence. And
Reports, 1984.
1984 is reports.
Look, the answer to your question in short form is just pick a number
Just pick a random
that isn't
number.
already taken. Even if it's in someone else's PR and you really want it, just make sure that your PR gets merged first.
It depends. like it's a bit of an asshole move to take someone else's number that is. So if you really care, so for example, for NIP 89, I really want to make a reference to the fall of the Berlin Wall. So I picked kind 3/1/1989. And I wanted the NIP to be 89, but the Carmen had a NIP 89 open for like 2 months for like broadcasting Bitcoin transaction. And there was a discussion going on forever. I was like, this is never going to get merged. I was just going to take it. I was the asshole, and I went in, and I pushed hard to get that merged very fast, and I took NIP 89. That's an asshole move, but it's only warranted if you really, and I actually messaged Ben the Carmen and I asked him, do you care about this number? Because I do. I actually offered him money for the number.
Shitcoinery on Nostr. Trying to get your NIP
So yeah,
number.
this is how this association, and then you go to, you just check if there is someone using, if there is real use of that number, of that kind number. I just check like a bunch of relays. Okay, there's no one. I checked no one was using 1776. Oh, okay, perfect. I'll just take it. So yeah, that's the way I do it.
And for like relays, in theory, there is a NIP that talks about relay info where, you make a request to the relay to basically say to them, what do you support? And most of the relay software implementations have this feature built in. And so, and again, most of them are kind agnostic, so they're just going to accept everything blindly. But you can also use that, and probably over time, that'll become more of a thing.
Yeah, that NIP sucks, and that NIP needs to be
some things. It's fine.
extended.
It's fine. We're not going to get into the details.
Profoundly, because right now, for example, there is no way. So I run
Sausage.
a relay purple pages, which accepts only kind 0 and kind 10,002, which is gossip, NIP 65, and it's a fairly popular relay, and clients just send everything to it, and I only accept those very specific kinds. I actually.
I love when I get a Purple Pages event rejected.
Yeah, all the time.
Like,
yeah,
great.
I'm thinking about changing Purple Pages to say that it accepted it, but it doesn't. But it's a lie. But there is no way for a client to say, what kinds do you take? And there is so many of these things. Like there is so much work to do on that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Any other last questions, or I think we've rambled enough. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Hello? There we go. Hello, everyone. I am Nostr.build, and I'm going to be talking about Nostr apps 101. So just basic overview. I'm going to wait. Now we can go. Okay, thank you all for coming. My name's Nostr.build, my name, and I'm going over apps 101, so covering a lot of the basic apps. Right off, I want to thank Awayuki. Awayuki did all of our designs for like all the slides, right? So she's also here. She has some merchandise she's selling. Okay, agenda. There are a lot of apps. I'm not going to read through all these. Actually, we're going to go through most of them. But there's a ton of apps. It's not just like Twitter clones, right? So there's apps for all sorts of use cases. I mean, this is just a fraction of them, right? There's tons of options for pretty much anything that anyone likes to do online. So just a slide here on the basics. How many of you use Nostr? I bet all of you. How many of you use Nostr? Cool. How many of you understand basically how it works? Basics? Okay, cool. I only have a slide on it, so I'll keep it simple. But Nostr, it's an open protocol that enables global decentralization and censorship-resistant media, right? So how it works is if you take something like Twitter, it's a very centralized place. There's one company, one Twitter, right? There's one place to upload images. It only does one thing, right? One look and feel to the app. Nostr uses relays. Anyone can host a relay, right? Relays are global. So if something happens in an area and someone takes a relay down or has to take the relay down, someone else can pop up another relay. Relays can represent different areas of interest. So if you're interested in cooking or if you're interested in Bitcoin or whatever, you can have relays focused to that. The cool thing is people can connect to whatever relays they want from all over the world, and that's what gives it this kind of decentralized aspect, right? A couple bullet points at the bottom about Nostr is how you log in. You use public and private keys. So it's very similar to the username and password, but with the private key, you can't change it. So you have to be really careful with it. You can't like necessarily just like send it, keep it in your email or keep it where people could hack or put it into all the different clients, right? Because who knows if it's a client that's maybe not very secure, it could leak your private key. So you got to keep your private key safe. Nostr notes are not encrypted, so anyone can see your notes. So it is a public thing. If you go even without an account and you go look at one of the apps, you can see any notes from anybody. Kind of similar to Twitter, I guess, in that case. The DMs are encrypted. Standard DMs, you can normally see who's talking with each other and at what time, but they're encrypted, so you don't know what they're saying. And then depending on the client, they will make it more difficult to even see who's talking. So we talked a little bit about signing in, right, and kind of the difference in the username, password, public key versus private key. Public keys are called inpubs. And so every public key is like an inpub 1, right? So the private keys are the tricky part, right? You can put your public key into anything you want. Private keys are tricky because you don't want to put your whole private key necessarily into one of these apps. All of them take a private key, but you don't necessarily want to put it into one of these apps. So they've created what they call extensions. The extensions basically allow you to one time put your private key into it, but then it is able to work with the other apps, and so it doesn't actually put its private key into the other apps, right? Keeps your private key safe. Some of these extensions, Nos2x, Nos2x is what I use. Fiat Joff created that. Nostr, Insect Bunker, Pablo did that, LN Bits. So already a selection of ways you can log into these different apps safely. One thing I forgot is to thank all the devs. I mean, I'm going to go through all of these apps here, and I mean, the devs did an excellent job, all of them, right? And so If I miss a dev and you want to call them out or something, that's great. If I can remember who designed what app, I'll call them out. But I mean, everyone's doing such an awesome job. This isn't all my stuff. None of it's mine. I get one thing's mine, but it's really a combination of many, many devs here, hundreds. So another really unique aspect of Nostr are the zaps, right? And basically what that is they're small Bitcoin payments. How many of you are familiar with zaps or Lightning? Okay, most of you. So keeping it short, multiple wallets you can use. They're, like I said, they're basically Lightning wallets, Bitcoin wallets that transfer small amounts of Bitcoin very fast, right? And so the Nostr protocol integrates this into it. So it's actually really cool because you can actually pay for things, or you can donate money to people, or you can, if there's an artist, or there's a creator, or someone that writes a really interesting blog, you can zap them. You can send them a little bit of Bitcoin, right? And there's no middleman to take that. It's peer-to-peer. It's point-to-point, right? So it's people think it's kind of fun to zap people and stuff, but if you look a little deeper, it is actually a global payment system built into this protocol. It's actually pretty amazing. And you'll see here as I go through some of these apps, what you can do with zaps. Wallets, here's a couple wallets. There's a ton of Lightning wallets. These are some popular ones that we use. Zeus, Albi, Wallet of Satoshi, Moon Wallet, Strike. Very simple to use a wallet. Manually, you can see I put a few images, right? Lets you have X amount of sats, right? If you want to send it, you have or receive it, you have to have your QR code, right? Someone scans it and sends it to you. If you want to send it, then you scan something and send it to them, right? And like I mentioned, I put a few things on the right. All the apps have a zap, have a way to zap them, right? Anything, you can pretty much zap anything. So let's start talking a little more about the apps. Since we were just talking about zaps, we'll talk about some of the zap apps. So there's Zapstream. Kieran created Zapstream. And it's basically a streaming service, right? Something like, I don't know, YouTube or something, right? But YouTube, I guess they have streaming. It's not all streaming. But it's a live streaming service. It allows people to comment on the streams, stream what they want, and zap people for that stream. So if you really like what they're live streaming, you can zap them. And then there's plenty of other apps, but one that came up that people like are the auto zaps. So you can actually, let's say you want to, maybe there's a dev and you want to zap them, whatever, so many sats, so many cents or pieces of Bitcoin every week, whatever. You can do auto zaps for certain people. There's the trending zappies. So because Nostr is completely open and you can see everything that's going on, you can see who's getting how many zaps. And so someone created an app that can show you who's getting a lot of zaps, right? The trenders. This is something this is what everyone thinks, or a lot of people think that Nostr is, the Twitter clones, right? And they're great. And I mean, it's what I use mostly, in all honesty. But there's so much more. But let's cover the clones. Damus. Sure, most of you are aware of Damus. That's the iOS Nostr Twitter clone app. I hate to say Twitter clone, by the way. It's kind of what we have been calling them, but there's so much more than just a Twitter clone. But anyways, there's Snort. There's, Damus is iOS. We have Primal, iOS. Amethyst is Android. Snort Social, Iris Toe. Snort and Iris actually recently merged their code bases, right? So they're working together. Damus is Will. Forget Primal. Snort is Kieran. Iris Toe is Marati. Nostrudel.ninja. I don't remember all the devs. I'm trying to remember them. Nostrudel.ninja is also a web-based app. It's really up and coming, really good. Coracle Social, and plenty more. And so I think one thing I want to point out about the apps is, unlike Twitter, so I don't even hate using the word even in correlation with this, but unlike Twitter, each app has a different experience. You're not tied to a certain app. You can use whatever app you like best. There's people that are like, oh my God, I love Damus. And then there's people like us, I'm an Amethyst person, like, through and through. And other people are like Nostrudel's up and coming. I've used Nostrudel a lot. It's actually a pretty cool online app. So it really just depends on like your preference, your look and feel. Also, a lot of the apps have very unique features. So some apps tell you what's trending, like if there's a trending note. Some apps might tell you who's blocked you or who's muted you. Some apps might give you different Zap options. So every app's actually a little bit different, right, of these Twitter clones. But they all have this kind of feed. They all kind of have that feed, and you can upload images and have your notes. I say notes, that's kind of like tweets in Twitter land, but we call them notes. I recommend, start one of these if you're interested. If you haven't used Nostr, start with one of these apps. But there's so much more. That was just one slide. So another huge category of Nostr is blogging. So the difference here is it's all focused on writing a really nice blog. A few big blogging apps, Habla News, so his name is Verebici. I met him last night and I still can't pronounce it. Flycat.club, yakihone.com, Blogstack, Highlighter was created by Pablo. So as you can see, it's really focused on creating the blog. It's rich text. You can, different fonts if you want to change your fonts, if you want to enlarge them, if you want to change colors, whatever. And then it goes out like a blog. At the end here, you see I added the highlighter. Pablo created a highlighter, and you can see this is an idea of just you can create anything you want, right? It doesn't even have to be an existing kind of Twitter clone or blog or something. Highlighter was an idea of his that allows a person to go to a blog or wherever on Nostr, highlight something you like. It doesn't have to be saving the link of the whole page. Maybe you just like a quote. And you can highlight this quote, highlight this sentence or whatever, and it'll mark it, and it'll save it for you. Other people can see it. And then Pablo just announced that he did a 2.0 update, right? So there's all sorts of updated changes. You can split payments. And again, if you really like the blog, you can zap that person. You can send them some money for that blog, right? Music. Who likes music? A lot of people. I like music too. So the cool thing is, right off you think, okay, so there's all 3 or 4 of these music apps are going to kind of be similar but focus on music. But no, these 3 apps I'm going to go through are actually pretty different. Still all focused on music. So Stemster by Not Henry is an incredible music app. It's really cool. So it has a feed, right, similar to a Twitter clone. But every note in that feed is based on music. It's some stem or some audio file or music or song or whatever that someone uploaded, right? And so you see a little bit of that experience there, right? If you share it, you drag and drop your music there. You can then download it and remix it, share it there. People can give feedback, download that, and remix it. So some really cool music features there in Stemster. Songster.org, I just found out about this a few days ago. So also based on Nostr, also based on music, but gives you the option to actually go through it through this app. But if you want to buy it or you want to go see it on YouTube or something like that, you can see there's links to go do that, right? Buy it on Tidal or Amazon or whatever. So kind of a different use case than Stemster. And then one I also just found that I really like is waveman.app. And this is by Waveleak team. And they've been around for a while, and they've been into music for a while, obviously. And they have a really cool app, and all it does is it just streams your music back to back, right? And you can see it's in this kind of old school looking kind of music player. So you just hit play, and it just plays a song after song, and that's it. It's very simple, right? So all 3 very cool music apps, totally different use cases, and there's probably more music apps, and there's probably a lot more music use cases that you can do, on Nostr with stuff like this. So this is just kind of showing you some of the diversity and creativity with just one type of art, music. Okay, and not being biased at all, but this is my favorite set of apps, right? Image uploaders are great. There's a ton of image uploaders, right? So I'm Nostr.build. I started the Nostr.build image uploader app, but there's a lot more, right? So there's void.cat, also by Kieran, nostrimage.com, by Not Henry, nostrcheck.me, I'm going to remember his name in a second. I just forgot it. Satellite.Earth, already forgot that too. But tons, and there's also more than that. These are some of the big ones. So the key, for example, the key thing that all of them do is they all upload images, right? So just taking a step back, you know, since it's decentralized, you know, in a system like Twitter, you can, you know, that has everything's kind of combined in one. You upload your image, but all the images go to the Twitter upload space, right? You can't really choose a different place to upload. We don't have on Nostr like a centralized place to upload images. So we have to create our own places to upload the images. And so that's what we've all done, right? And so people are asking, they've asked me before, well, why isn't Nostr.build, for example, is on, we use AWS servers. It's very centralized. And people are like, make it decentralized. And I mean, I've talked to Fishcake, he's my partner, and we've looked into it. And I mean, although it's possible, it's very difficult to make image uploaders decentralized. Or they would be there. None of these are decentralized, all these 5 or 6 that we're talking about. Nothing's a decentralized image uploader here. So it's very difficult. But this is the next best thing. Having an option, you know, to upload your image to wherever you want is almost just as good, right? And most of the apps that I've talked about and that I'll talk about, they give you an option, right? Damus uses Nostr.build for the back end, but they also use Nostr image. So if you don't like Nostr.build, you can switch it to Nostr image, right? And the same with pretty much most of the apps, right? You can choose what uploader you want, and ultimately, if it's not built in, you can always go to that and copy the link and paste it in. And even besides that, you can build your own image uploader, right? If you don't trust any of these guys, it's very simple. So for example, Fishcake, my partner, he's doing a presentation on day 3, deep dive on Nostr.build. So basically how to build your own image uploader, right? He's going to go through everything on GitHub, everything he's done to update it, all that, right? So even though all of these upload images, for example, each one also has unique features, like all apps. Like Nostr.build, we have private storage accounts. We just started supporting NIP98 with account integration. You can get NIP5 verification. We have a public gallery, right? So kind of side cool features, right? You're able to see all the images that Nostr.build, that anyone's ever uploaded to Nostr.build through the free upload section, right? If you want, it's 800,000 plus pieces of media, videos, GIFs, all this. Void.cat by Kieran, also focused on uploading images, but also some unique features. So it's not just images, right? You can actually upload any file on VoidCat, right? Any file you want. And you can also encrypt your files, right? So unique, very unique features there. I don't think any other of these, you can upload any file or encrypt them. Nostr image has a GIF library, very simple, easy to use UI as you can see. Little different payment model. So Nostr.build, VoidCat, NostrCheck.me are all completely free, right? We have paid accounts, but you can completely free upload your imagery free also. Nostr image, you can upload super cheap. It's like a penny or something. But it does have a pay structure for each image you upload. Satellite Earth, also very up and coming, popular uploader. But you also pay for that usage of the upload image. Nostr Check Me, just a few features that it has. It also has a NIP5 verification, has a public gallery, has a lot of stuff. NostraCheck.me, key converter. Satellite.Earth isn't just an image uploader. They have it's a whole other like kind of Twitter clone. It has an app to it also. I don't know what I hit. So again, plenty of choices for image uploaders. You can even build your own image uploader. Most of these, if not all of them, are on GitHub, right? Open source. So it's not decentralized. Again, it's very hard. Fishcake will tell you how hard it is. But this is a lot more decentralized than any other social media platform out there as far as image uploads. This is a really cool one, and you should go check it out because some really cool stuff for sale here. But a couple marketplaces, right? So like that kind of eBay of Nostr. We have Shopster.store. That one I just found out about. Plebeian Market, I've known for a while. Again, you don't buy in dollars, you don't buy in Dogecoin, you don't buy in anything else, you buy in Bitcoin. You buy in sats and Lightning, right? It's all Bitcoin. You can see there at the bottom left, 85,000 sats for the sweater, right? So again, that's a way you can actually purchase stuff, and not just kind of randomly off of a Twitter clone, but a dedicated marketplace. Remember, all of this is all running on the Nostr protocol, right? So, I mean, there's so many apps, and I figured I'd combine, I'm coming kind of near to the end here. I figured I'd combine a few of the apps, and we can still go through them, but there's a lot of stuff. Nostr Cooking. So if you're into cooking recipes, right, this is completely focused on cooking. This is completely focused on your recipes. You can upload your recipe, you can upload a related image or images. People can comment on it. It's great, it's not so great. I mean, if you're looking for something unique to cook, jump on nostr.cooking and find something, right? Stacker News. This is a good one because, you know, people are getting kind of sick of the media these days, right? The mainstream media. Stacker News is a real kind of Nostr way or locals way to see what, you know, what's going on in our version of the news, right? So we have an entire news stream. Again, if you like the article, you can zap the article. Nostr Nests. So this is, if you're familiar with Twitter Spaces, often we need to have real conversations with people. You know, you can only get so much done with, you know, notes and direct messages and stuff, and you need to like really verbally talk to people. So Nostr Nest has been around for a while, maybe 8-9 months or so. I mean, that's a long time in Nostr time. And Simisol created it. I think Derek helps him run it, and it's used a lot. It's an excellent app. It's a way that people can get together in groups and talk. Speaking of other interesting apps, Nostr.band is a search app, right? So you can search anything you want on Nostr. So if you want to find an old note, or if you want to find certain keywords, a phrase or quote or an expression or something, right? Maybe even an image link, and you have the link, but you don't know who actually posted that link. You found the link, and you know it's from a Nostr, but you don't know who posted it. You can search that, and you can find out who posted that link. So also I use that a lot, actually, quite a bit, right? Nostr.band. And actually, I think there's another Nostr search engine. Does anyone know what the other one is? Is there another one? Okay. Nostr.band's the big one. And most recently, there's a pretty decent chat app that's running on Nostr, OX Chat. And I have been using that one also. So again, that chat app, it's based on the Nostr protocol. It syncs completely to your DMs, right? Your direct messages and any other app you're using. But the chat app is like focused on chat. It's chat only, like any other chat app, right? So it's a little easier to actually chat with people. It's a little faster. It's a little cleaner. You see like your chats, right? Like in order. It's not all mixed in with your other apps. Very clean. Am I missing any of the really cool Nostr apps? Just curious if someone's using something they'd want to call out. I have that. That's the best app of them all. Yeah, I mean, not being biased. So let me see. I may have just went through this way too fast. No, we're doing okay. We have 4 minutes. That was actually not bad. Tons of resources. So if you go to nostrapp.link, there's a lot more than what I just covered, and it also gives a basic overview of their apps. So go to nostrapp.link. A lot of related courses today and tomorrow on these apps. So Pablo's doing a Nostr Apps 201, a little more, a deep dive, a double click, maybe how to build some of these, the guts of some of these, right? And this is day 2 tomorrow from 10 to 10:30. Nostr signing device. LN Bits is, I believe it's a physical signing device, but they're going to talk a little bit about that day 2, 1 to 145. Journalism, right? We talked about Stacker News. So journalism obviously will go beyond just Stacker News, but it also should, it's going to cover some of that, kind of rogue or kind of unique journalism, right? Not necessarily tied to mainstream media. Nostr.build, architecture, and future. Fishcake is going to go over that on day 3, and he's here. And I mean, just to double click on that one is, I started Nostr build, almost a year ago, like 9 months ago, and I'm not like a full-fledged dev like a lot of the people here. I am able to create an image uploader. I can create some simple websites and stuff, but basically after the 3rd or 4th month, with the growth of Nostr, it was starting to get a little out of hand, and starting to look for a partner. And Fishcake just generously came in and offered to help fix. The big problem I was having is the data out. So with AWS, data out gets extremely expensive, and I wasn't thumbnailing them, I wasn't using CDN, there was a lot of things I wasn't doing that I could have done that would have saved us a lot of data money. Fishcake came in and he literally rewrote the whole Nostr.build probably a couple times. And then on top of that, he added like stuff like NIP 98, NIP 96, all sorts of, he rebuilt the whole, we have for accounts, if you want to purchase an account, he rebuilt the whole account UI on the inside. And he keeps on adding more features. It's just incredible. So excellent partner. You should definitely go see what he did on day 3 to Nostr.build. Shopster, they're talking about building a better marketplace on day 3 from 1 to 120. So interested in marketplaces, either shopping or building your own marketplace or how they work, definitely check it out. Zaps and music, this is the one I definitely want to see, a love story. Wave Lake, day 3, right, 9:30 to 10, talking more about music on Nostr. And Insect Bunker, Pablo is going to do that day 2 from 2 to 2:45, right? Some really cool related apps that you might want to go, or sessions you might want to go check out. That's it. Any questions, any thoughts, any apps I missed, anything I should add to the list for next time or just for us to know about?
If you have questions, please come up to the mic for the people at home.
Oh. We also have shirts, if you guys want to buy a shirt. Bitpop Art and I created this shirt, and we're like, helping. We don't make a lot, just to let you know and be completely transparent. Here, oh wait, I got offered to get my picture taken, so I'll take that. Here you go. Huh? Oh, good idea. Yeah, there we go. And pretend like I'm still doing something. So we sell accounts, and there's like 4 different accounts, and they're all pretty affordable, annual subscription. And God, I think our costs are around $200 or $300 a month. And we probably make $300 or $400 a month on the accounts. Thank you. So it's, one thing I want to mention just about all those apps. If you're here to make money, like big money, and you think you're going to get rich on the Nostr platform, like think again, it's going to take a while. So, we all have day jobs, right? None of us are living off of Nostr income. But if we're breaking even, we're happy. And I think, that's really all that matters for now. So, anyways. Question? Yeah, hi.
Hello. Yeah, first of all, thanks for this wonderful talk and for building Nostr.build.
Of course.
I am actually the developer of Blowwater. So it's a web client.
Yeah.
So I haven't integrated with any image uploader yet because they don't have unified APIs yet.
Okay.
So do you see any future possibilities or names to unify their APIs?
Yeah, Fishcake's here, so he can actually give you a more detailed answer than I would be able to give you. So go ahead, Fishcake. Oh, wait. Yeah. You want to use this one here? I don't know if I can take it out. There we go.
So we have something called NIP96, which is still in draft, not merged, that has been integrated at least in 5 different media hosting platforms. That is unified. You basically, if your client supports that, all user have to do is just add the URL that the platform itself provides, and you all integrate it. That's it.
96.
NIP96.
Okay, thank you.
Not the other NIP96. There are 2, unfortunately.
Okay, I will find it on your
Yeah.
GitHub.
Okay.
Yeah, GitHub is completely open source, so you can check out our GitHub and probably find it there also, some more details on it. Thank you for the question. Any other questions? Great. I think that's it. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so let me see if it works.
You guys can sit in the chairs and hold the mics, because I'll give her a quick advancer.
Oh, perfect. Oh, let's do that then. That's perfect. Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Hey everyone, this is Alide.
On.
And
Testing. Yep.
yeah, we're good. Okay, we're talking about keep the Nostr weird.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Imagine. Go ahead.
Maybe we should switch spots.
You want to switch?
Yeah.
Sure. This is fully done on the spot. I started preparing 10 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm not as tall as you are. Hang on.
Let's see what's going to go happen.
All right. Thank you so much, Nostr. Is that good? Okay. A little bit weird.
Stay close to it.
Okay. Hey, it's keep Nostr weird. Okay. Imagine arriving at Nostrasia and having just one T-shirt to pick from. Now, that's usually what we see at conferences. And imagine also that for some reason it was a one-size-fits-all, and somehow it was the wrong fit for you, because one-size-fits-all don't really fit everyone. We're all quite unique. Nostr is about choice, which means we kind of get rid of that one T-shirt factor. And unlike many platforms where we're locked into a specific way of working and we cannot choose anything that's different, in Nostr you own your own keys, which is pretty awesome, I think. And those keys allow you to enter the entire Nostr universe, a universe of different products and apps that keep growing every day. So which door can you enter with those keys? Basically any door. Any product that's built on the Nostr protocol, you can enter it with your own keys. And the funky thing about this is that not only do you enter the entire Nostr universe, but you keep your follows, your followers, your posts, and anything else that you have whenever you switch between products, which is not something that happens in other places. But when it comes to all of this,
yeah, not all the shirts fit everybody. But what is there to do, really? So you make up creating your own shirt. What shirt fits you? And we have all the tools necessary to do that. And we have an important question. What makes you weird? I think this is something that Nostr has truly embraced. Calling each of us plebs, we're just regular blokes hanging out, having fun, and doing what we do best and not shying away from that. And the question about what do you care deeply about? Seeing a lot of people talk about conspiracies, talk about development, and not shying away and being like afraid to talk about it, what they truly care about. It's about choice.
Yeah. And in my case in particular, while I was working on the design for things at Nostrasia, it wasn't just about having a T-shirt, like keeping the Nostr weird. I like that one. It's one of my favorites. But it was about giving people a choice. So this wasn't a product, but in a way, it embraced the same concept. So you arrived at Nostrasia and you could pick a T-shirt from 3 different choices. And that's what Nostr reflects. So you could pick the cat or the alien or the rabbit. What do you like to do?
Yeah, so this is something that I've discovered mostly about myself through Nostr usage, is trying to understand what am I about, what kind of topics do I care to talk about, and what kind of people I tend to more talk to. And for me, it's been overall seeing how the user behavior is, not to get too into the details, but yeah, this is what I've found and learned about myself, and that makes me weird, caring about a specific topic much more than many other topics. So yeah.
And I think whenever you find your talent, then you can make stronger choices as far as where you move forward. I like to tell stories. So, and not stories as standing here and telling you a story, but that's part of it. But tell a story through design. And so if we look back at Nostrica, and I know many of you were able to be there with us, There was a talk on the women's panel where Carla mentioned that zapping was important because anyone who generated content could be zapped and could earn something for their content. And in her case, she mentioned that you could get zapped for posting pictures of your feet, which made quite a statement, and it grew in the community, and then now there's Footster. And it's a representation of the importance of being able to earn zaps for your content. And so it's in the t-shirt too. And this is not a talk really about telling you how to do UX or UI or what colors to pick, but more of giving you an idea of why you do things. And once you go deeper into that, then you can make those choices based on kind of a sort of protocol for design.
Absolutely. And it's also about what do you value, really. It's in terms of, if you look at clients, if you look at how you use something, do you like everything everywhere all at once? Do you enjoy Amethyst kind of an approach? Do you enjoy more of do you enjoy algorithms? Do you enjoy Primal? Do you want to do something completely different? And that's something that you have completely open for yourself. You can decide that.
And how do you add meaning to all of this? If we look at the process of designing for Nostrasia and thinking of Japan, I had started designing kawaii characters, and I thought they would be the 5 different elements, and that it would make it fun and interesting, and it fit the culture. And then I came across a different story. And so instead of seeing banners that look like this, you're looking at the banners out there. So it's about, and I'll tell you a little bit about those banners, but it's about adapting your story to what holds most meaning to you. Because when I read the story, I had to place it into the banners instead of the characters. I read about the 1,000 cranes. And if you don't know about this, there's an ancient legend in Japan that talks about 1,000 cranes bringing you long life and good fortune. But during World War II, there was a young girl called Sadako who unfortunately was in Hiroshima at the time. And she received a lot of radiation poisoning. And she started making 1,000 cranes. And she passed away before she could finish that. So her classmates finished up the 1,000 cranes. And somehow this struck a chord with me because we're seeing stories about war, and we're seeing conflict across the globe. And somehow I think that Nostr or freedom tech like Nostr and Bitcoin are more focused on peace. And they allow for you to have your own keys, to choose your own products, to empower the individual, to focus outside of those things that control you and that create conflict. So I wanted to include that in the posters, and that made it in. And if you count the cranes, don't do it, it takes too long. But there's 1,000 cranes in those banners in total. So it made it in, and I think it reminds us of what's important, and whatever matters to us, we have to bring it into what we build. In this case, it was the banners out there. And it's not about the shiny new features, right, Daniel?
Absolutely true.
Okay. It's more of why we choose to build them. Why do you choose to build what you build?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a deeper meaning to it. Instead of like, why did I build this feature? It's like, what does it provide? What is it? What am I building for the next generation? And like the deeper meaning behind it. Just like, it's not that it looks cool. It's because it provides value. Because it provides meaning. That's why you build stuff.
So if you want to keep Nostr weird, you have to figure out what's your why. And that'll make it easier to make the choices.
Yeah, and at the end, you just need to embrace your weirdness and find a way to apply it. And I think that's on Nostr.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions by anybody? This is completely open to talk about.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah. I think we're
Thank
good.
you so much for your time, and thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Snort supports it.
Jingles does in a couple of his apps.
Jingle supported, yeah. Yeah.
Did you get your laptop, or are we just going to skip that part? We made that
No,
diagram?
look.
Oh.
It's all been sorted out.
So easy.
Yeah. The thing is, there's no one here, basically. So it's just like...
I was on my way here.
There's like 20 people. Oh, yeah, I bet.
Oh, there's 20 people watching on the stream, though, so it's not just what's here. But I keep running into people, and I was like, oh, you're talking. Come, and I'm like, it's a super technical talk. You don't want to come.
Yeah?
Stay for Apple's thing.
What happened to this? Oh, it's just my laptop died. Okay.
My laptop just died.
No, it's just, you know.
Went to sleep.
Screen. Yeah, went to sleep.
You gotta get amphetamine. That little Mac client.
I have it, yeah, just enable it. Yeah. But I use it.
You have a way to make it not sleep? Yes. Yeah. How you feeling? Yeah? Holding together? Although we're ahead. No, we're behind. We're behind. Yeah, exactly. Which direction? Oh, yeah. It's like nighttime or whatever. It's like evening back home. For you.
Okay. Hello. Yes. Okay, so we're going to be talking about NIP 46. Implementation is NSEC bunker. NIP 46, okay, it was Tiago's idea. It's called Nostr Connect, which is a really bad name, in my opinion. It doesn't have like any fruit name. So
it doesn't end with stir.
I know, what's up with that? And the basic idea of NIP 46 is to do like a remote signing, which when I saw it, I thought this is brilliant idea, and I immediately implemented. I was working on a website called psbt.io, which is just like a delayed broadcasting of Bitcoin transactions. And I wanted to implement NIP 46, but this thing has nothing to do with Nostr. So I just created a chat widget and added NIP 46 to the chat widget, and then the chat widget became Nostr chat. So yeah, the idea of remote signing, I think it's super, super, super important and very underplayed. Okay, now, Hodlbod, you want to introduce yourself? Oh, I'm Pablo.
Oh yeah, I'm Hodlbod. I have implemented NIP 46 via Pablo's code, which qualifies me to be on a panel, I guess.
You also build Coracle?
I build Coracle, yeah.
He's a podcaster, mainly.
Yeah, mostly. I don't do much coding nowadays.
I'm Jeff. I have very recently implemented NIP 46 in Lister. And yeah, let's do it.
All right, so I think the reason why NIP 46 is so important is that one of the magic parts of Nostr is this interoperability. Now, of course, you need to have keys to be interoperable, otherwise what's the interoperability you're doing? So that means that you need to have a way to sign easily, to sign across a vast amount of different clients. We don't want people to just stay in one client, in Damus, in Primal, in Coracle. It's like, what's the point of Nostr?
And we also don't want people to put their insecs everywhere.
But that's how it has been done so far. People are just pasting your insec everywhere. Basically, none of my applications, other than Insect Bunker, allow you to paste an insect because I don't want people doing that. And I don't want to continue promoting the idea that this is the way you use Nostr. We got, so the evolution of just pasting your insect everywhere is just use an IPO7 extension, getalvi, nos2x, or something like that, which is really good, and I think it's a step function improvement, but I think most people are not going to be able to, like normies, if we think, okay, how do we get to 1 billion users? I don't think people are going to be, like the billion users are going to have the know-how of, okay, I need to install this, and I need to put my INSEC here, and it's encrypted with this password. Like, it's a little bit too confusing, and particularly in mobile, it doesn't really work. In iOS, we have Nostr, but it's a very complex experience.
I was literally just trying to help someone about an hour ago with this exact same thing, and I was like, as I was explaining it, I was just like, this is so hard.
Yeah, totally. I mean, imagine if you wanted to get on Twitter and you had to install a different app, branded differently, made by someone else, in order to store your password there. I mean, we have password managers, and some of these patterns are promising. Like you got Spring Browser as well, which builds in NIP07 extensions into the browser itself. So I think that can be of limited utility, but of course, for any native application, you're outside of your wrapper, and so you have to put your INSEC into at least 2 places in order to do what you want to do in multiple different places. So yeah, I mean, the only way to step outside of that is to have an always-on service that custodies it for you. And now we introduce all the problems of custody.
Yes.
Which was going to happen anyway. The problem I see with something, and I do agree that the Spring approach is interesting, is just, it's not an onboarding tool. Like, no one says, oh, I'm going to try this browser. Unless you're like a browser freak and you have, Brave and, Firefox and whatever else. People are interested in an application. Like, they have a use case in mind and they want an application that serves that use case. So you don't start with, I'm going to download, like I'm fascinated by downloading Nostr browsers. But people do wake up thinking, I want to try a new music client or a new music application or a new video application. That's something that might move people. So I think it's a useful tool for people that are already
deep in it.
Deep in the
But
ecosystem.
if you can imagine that pattern, though, of just your browser has the thing built in, and it's just part of using a browser, right? Like, it's like you sign into your browser with, like with Chrome at least and Brave, you sign in with your Google account, and then like it's just used all over the place. So it's a pattern that will work once it's reached mainstream adoption, which again gets back to where we are not right now, and then why we need something like Insect Bunker. Actually, how many people know what, like when we say remote signing or Insect Bunker, like how many people know what Insect Bunker is? Okay, good, most people. I'll do a quick refresh for everybody else. So Insect Bunker is basically a custodial thing that holds your private key to keep it safe and keep it in.
It can be a custodial thing.
It can be a custodial thing.
It's
You can also do it
one
yourself.
command line to install it, and you could one-click install it in like a DigitalOcean or something like that. So
yeah. It's super easy. I did it last week. It's no big deal. But the point is that it is a single place where your private key lives, and then it has the ability to communicate with all other clients via Nostr messages as the transport protocol to do signing on events that are created in different clients. So it's just a way to decrease your exposure or decrease the exposure of your INSEC.
Just to mention some other possibilities too, not super like core to this discussion necessarily, but it also opens up the possibility of having different scoping mechanisms,
yes.
As well as a way to share shared keys. So you can hire your marketing intern and let them post for your company without sharing your company's NSEC with your intern.
Right.
Yeah, and also having a log of who signed what. Like if you're sharing your key, sharing your account with 100 employees, you want to see who tweeted like a dick pic or something like that. You want to know what happened, and you can also, because it's basically you can run HSM policies. You can execute code that decides whether to allow a signature to happen or not. You can decide, okay, for this employee, they can only like things or they can only repost things, but they cannot change the profile picture, for example, of this account, which is fundamental. If we're thinking about a company, you cannot give a blank check for all your social media managers to do anything they want with your company account.
Will we go through the little diagram since we spent so much time making it?
Yeah. It's a very professional diagram.
This was made in about 2.5 minutes before we started this.
Yeah, so the way it works is very complex because there is a bunch of keys going around and signing for things. When you use it, I mean, the current interface that I wrote, it was like a prototype, and I wrote it very, very quickly, so it's quite confusing. Now NIP46 is getting more interest and adoption, so I think it's time to revamp these things. So yeah, once you use it as a user, it's not as weird, but we have a bunch of things. So the first part on the left the first part is the admin side. So when you deploy an NSEC bunker, you need to put your NSEC or create an NSEC within the NSEC bunker. And you must put a passphrase to locally encrypt the key. So in order to talk to the NSEC bunker daemon on the backend, okay, this is where it starts to get confusing. So the NSEC bunker key, when you create a new NSEC bunker, it generates its own key. That key doesn't mean anything. It's just a way for the bunker to have a pub key, so you can talk to it, you can encrypt to the bunker. And then you have an admin key, which is the key that you would normally use. Is the key that you have in your Geraldi, on your Nostr, is the key that you decide to administer the bunker with. Then when you deploy the bunker, you can create a bunch of accounts. So for example, on my bunker, I have my NSEC. I have the NSEC of Highlighter, the NSEC of Purple Pages, the NSEC of a family account that I run where I just use like an Instagram type of account. So I run a few different type of accounts. My key, Pablo key, is the admin of that whole bunker, but that bunker has a bunch of what we call target keys. It's the keys that you want to sign as. So from this admin interface, you can create tokens. And the tokens was a cool idea that now made it into the NIP, into the NIP 46. And the basic idea is you want to be able to say, to give like a token, a one-time use token that anyone can use to redeem for permissions to do something with that key, which could be sign for everything, or encrypt, or decrypt, or only sign one event per hour and only kind one, stuff like that. On the right side, we have the flow of actually signing. So the best example would be, I have Coracle on my phone. It doesn't have an EPO 7 extension because I don't have an EPO 7 extension on my phone. And I have an NSEC bunker deployed with my key. Now, I go in with my admin key and I create a token, and I name the token Coracle, Coracle Mobile, for example. Now, what happens on Coracle in my phone is the client will generate a local key. It doesn't show it to the user doesn't even know that that's happening. It's just a random key. It doesn't mean anything. But when the Coracle talks to the NSEC bunker, again, all via Nostr relays, when it talks to the NSEC bunker, it says, this is my pub key. It's just a random pub key that is just created. And this is my token. This is my secret. Now, the bunker says, okay, this secret gives you these permissions. So it whitelists, basically, the pub key of the Coracle that the user has never seen. It will never see them. It whitelists to have authorization to do things.
And importantly, that it's not a throwaway pub key that Coracle created. It's an actual key that Coracle needs to keep track of, because when you come back, because you've used that connection token, you've used it the one time it can be used. And so if you have to do it again, you've got to go get another connection token and connect that up to the NSEC bunker.
Just to relate it to other protocols, this is like a device key. Scuttlebutt only had device keys. There was no way to relate them to a overarching identity across multiple devices. And this is basically just kind of pragmatic key delegation, where if Coracle is compromised and that private key is exfiltrated, all it has is authorization to have the real private key sign on its behalf, but that can be revoked because you have dynamic control.
Yeah, this is a way of doing what you could also do cryptographically in a way that is more synthetic and that works with what we currently have. But functionally, you have the same, right? Like, you can give a bunch of keys to a bunch of different employees. Your main key has never been leaked, and you can revoke easily. Like, you can go to the admin and just delete key, and that's it. That key can never sign again. But the experience of the user is, I'm using Coracle. I never installed this Nipo 7 thing. I don't even know what that is. I didn't have to do anything weird, and I can just use Coracle just fine. On the flight to Miami, I was on the flight. I purposefully didn't bring my key, my NSEC, and I was on the flight using signing events from my node at home. And it works just fine. I mean, it's slow because it's an airplane, but but it works really well. It works really, really surprisingly fast.
And the user experience, again, is all they have to do is put in this connection string that the admin of the INSEC bunker gave them. So you can imagine, again, the employee situation. You know, Pablo works for me now. I'm your boss now, yeah. And I just give him this string, and I'm like, put this into Coracle, and you're ready to go. It's got everything you need. So there's no password, there's no username, there's no any of that stuff. You don't have to manage keys, you don't have to manage permissions. It's just done. And then when I have to...
And when he fires me,
yeah, exactly. That's where I was going next. When I eventually have to fire Pablo for not doing his work, yeah, I can just revoke the key, and that's the end of it. I don't have to think about it anymore.
Yeah, the user experience is the part that's most exciting to me. And like, to be honest, the user experience right now, I mean, you say it's good.
It could be a lot better.
It could be a lot better.
A lot better.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that really confused me was when I lost that that public key or the private key that was generated on the client, I had to reauthorize, and then I had to go into INSEC Bunker's admin UI. So there's a lot of work to be done. But here's like my vision for where I would love to see this go. And if any of you guys out there want to hack on something and build this,
this is a really good thing that needs
you
to
should
be
build
built.
this. Let me just pitch my idea. Have you thought about OAuth with INSEC Bunker?
I was literally about to talk about this.
I have it on the Figma of Highlighter. I have an OAuth mechanism to log in.
Yeah, dude. Okay,
because
so
that's what people are used to.
Yeah.
Like, the point of Highlighter is bring normal.
Okay, slow down. Explain the idea.
Yeah, so you know, if you couple a INSEC Bunker and an OAuth flow with a NIPO 5 provider, you can basically do sign in with NIPO 5. So people know what an email address is and what it looks like. You go to a client and it says log in with NIPO 5. You put in your NIPO 5, even if it's not the NIPO 5 that you like actually use with your pub key, it can just be a NIPO 5. And what it does is it provides a username and a domain. So the client can take the domain, dereference to a .well-known URL or something, and then start to pull some stuff out of there related to NIP46, and then broker that whole connection string without the user ever having to do any copy pasting.
Yeah.
So they have a human readable identifier that connects to a provider that they've already worked with, and maybe it's one that they're self-hosting, probably not. I mean, so you create a domain called nostrid.com or whatever it is, and you get people to sign up, and when they log in, there's no authorized applications. You go somewhere else, put your identifier in, and it brings you over, asks you about scopes. I mean, that's an OAuth thing. We can totally follow the OAuth spec doing this.
Yeah, that's the right pattern. And it's super, super easy. It does all the right steps. It is familiar. It's great.
Yeah, to be the point where it's familiar to people, it's a flow that people understand. And even when you go to, okay, I created this identity using and immediately authorize with Coracle. And now I want to sign in with the same thing, with the same identity on Primal. And you can have like a pop-up, like the typical Google or Twitter pop-up saying, do you want to authorize this, and this, right? And it's the same flow. It's just underlying is completely different, but it's the same flow. I don't know. To me, that sounds it's very compelling because we already have a lot of different things on Nostr, and when you onboard people that are not used to private key management and stuff like that, and you tell them, okay, you need to learn about relays, you need to learn about key management. It's too much, right? If we can soften the learning curve, I think that's better.
Yeah, custody is fine for low value, low risk situations. When you're just getting started with Nostr, your key is totally disposable. So why not use a service that actually helps you keep it safe while you learn the ropes? Same thing can be done. If you have a service that's doing that, more features can be added to that software for the purposes of key management. So Pablo recently created a PR for key rotation. That same service, when you sign up, can publish one of those initial rotation attestation events, and that's another thing the client or the user never has to see. that these custodial solutions can take care of for you. And then moving your key out of that custodial solution is as simple as putting it somewhere else. Now, of course, you can't prove that they've deleted it, so there is that. But
no, yeah, but I was thinking about that because you could marry the two things, the NIP46 and NIP41, which is the key rotation thing. And when you offboard from the NSEC bunker, like the custodial NSEC bunker, you could immediately publish like, okay, and now this is going to be my new key. I'm going to continue using the one that was hosted, was custodial, but I'm going to end up moving in 2 months. I'm going to end up moving to this new NPub. And it's like a very soft, like a very soft onboarding process, right? Because you don't have to learn about keys at all, and once you are ready, you end up fully sovereign, and your NSEC has never been somewhere else.
This is one of those places where I feel like having been built by Bitcoiners is hurting us. Because people are just so religious about it's got to be totally self-sovereign, completely self-hosted, there's no other way. And yes, okay, we all agree with this, but at the same time, you have to just go, okay, everything's not perfect, and for low-risk situations, custodial is totally fine. So yeah, I'd love to see that get built.
Yeah, I'd much rather see that than hardware signers. As cool as those
100%.
are, like,
yeah, I agree.
Can't think of a situation when you
no, I'm
gonna
pull out a hardware signer and plug it into my phone and like.
So what I want to do is I already told MBK this that I want to build on SatsLink. Did you see it? The hardware,
device,
like the
yeah.
Q1 looking. So I want to just use it as an NSEC bunker backend. Where the key is actually on the secure enclave, the secure element in the SatsLink, mainly because it's cool.
And you just have it in your backpack, and what, it just like P2P
No,
but for you.
But it's like it's connected, right? So
oh right, it's got
because
Wi-Fi.
I did this a few years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. I was living in Costa Rica, and I decided for fun I wanted to move on my core Lightning. You know core Lightning, like the code itself. So it has an HESMD module. So the key, like, it doesn't matter. I wanted to put my key for my Lightning node inside a cold card and sign HCLCs from my cold card. And I did that on an MK3, so it was very slow. So it didn't really, like, functionally, it worked, but it was not practical. But you could do something like that with SatsLink and just sign all your events remotely from a SatsLink, and that's pretty cool.
You could also do something like Shipyard where you buffer all the requests until you have access to your key, and then you send all those out at once or schedule them.
Yeah, so Shipyard does that with when you connect an NSEC bunker, like you give it a token, it will try to sign when it knows when it needs to publish the event. It will try to get the signature, and if it can't get it, it just will try again a bit later. And it's cool if you put a queue and like the cadence of the queue. Shipyard is like a publishing tool where you say, okay, I want to schedule this node to go in 2 hours or next Thursday or something. And you can have a queue that has like a cadence of 24 hours. It's my good morning queue, right? If you delete something from the queue, all the other events that were following that event that got deleted, they need to change the timestamp. And then it actually shows you that there is a missing signature, and then it tries to go and fetch the signature. So it has like a cascading animation, like it's just organic, that it's just signed. It's pretty cool.
That's fun.
Yeah, another thing that occurs to me that you could do with this setup is have keys that are only accessible in certain places. So like if you're on the company intranet, so you actually have to be in a physical place in order to sign an event as your key.
Yeah, would also be interesting. We could do this all day, but does anybody have any questions about specifically how to implement this? Or like we've kind of purposely not gone into the implementation detail. I'm going to try and make a video next week because this is fresh in my mind of just like step by step go through how to do this. So yeah, question in the back.
Yeah, I thought about that. I really like the fact that it's Schnorr. It gives you like that flexibility for free. The way I thought it is, I don't think we're there yet with regards to someone actually using it. Like barely NSEC bunker, barely anyone uses like this method. VHF rewrote NIP46 because NIP46 was very poorly written. It was very hard to understand. Actually, when I tried to read it, I was like, I don't get it. So I just went to the code. And then VHF did the same thing. So now it's been rewritten. I know a few clients are looking into it, which is a very good thing. Will told me that he's looking into making Damus a signer. So you could sign from like your Apple Watch, which is cool. So yeah, but I think that's a really, really cool idea. But yeah, probably too early for something like that still. From a market demand perspective.
Any other questions? Yeah.
So I was looking at NSEC bunker last week, and I wasn't really able to decipher whether you anticipate the end user using NSEC bunker directly, or is it going to be like an API integration in the back end of the client?
It's not an so the question is it going to be more the end user that's going to use Insect Bunker itself, or is there going to be more like an API integration? So one, the API is Nostr. There is no other sort of API, but I guess probably for most users, it's more the client that's running an Insect Bunker, and so for new users, they just create their keys in their Insect Bunker and then use that as the mechanism. I think for most normal users, like spinning up your own Insect Bunker is probably beyond them, unless they're using like a hosted system like insectbunker.com, which is you go, you set it up, and you're actually setting it up on Pablo's infrastructure, but you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, and multiple implementations of Insect Bunker, I mean, of NIP46 really would be helpful to just to have different options and to power different services. I mean, it's kind of like relay tools, right? It's just a relay piece of software, but then they put a nice front end on it. So NSEC Bunker's admin UI doesn't have to be the thing that everyone has to use. Right. And what do you guys think about building NSEC Bunker into clients as like an admin UI? You mentioned Damus might be a signer, but like.
Yeah, I talked about this with Milian, and the way I see it, and maybe it happened, is that Primal could run an Insect Bunker or buy one or whatever, but run an Insect Bunker where they are onboarding the new users that they are onboarding into Nostr. And that means that they can take all the key stuff from the UI at first, and the user still retains the ability of being interpretable. Like they can go to Coracle, and without seeing keys, without ever seeing keys, they can use Coracle with their identity that they created on Primal. And they can go to Snort, and they can go to Lister, and they can go to a bunch of new clients.
Can I jump in here real quick to make something clear that might not be clear? So it doesn't matter which client created or has the Insect Bunker, as long as the Insect Bunker is connected to other relays or is like out there listening for the event types that are the signing requests. If I, in my Lister client, had an Insect Bunker where I was adding new users, and this is what Pablo's describing here, it wouldn't matter that somebody went and tried to use the same thing on a different client, because my Insect Bunker or my NIP46 signing thing would be there listening for any request. And as long as the permissions match the permissions that token had, it would still work.
Not really. The reason I started running that relay and why I recommend that people use it is that other relays are really not reliable, pun, on relaying ephemeral events, which is what NIP46 uses. So while I was writing it, I was finding that it barely worked. Like 10% of the time it worked. And I was like, why? And just scratching my head. And then I said, okay, I'm going to just run a relay and debug that part. And then when I run my own relay that accepted and was, played nicely with these event kinds, it just worked.
Did you write your own implementation, or is
no?
it?
I just modify. I can't recall which one. No, I think Nostr, one of those. But yeah, there were two relays that worked well. Mine and the one that Tieto was running. What was it? Ballpem, I think it's called, his company. But
that's the default.
That's why that's the default.
Got
Yeah,
it.
that's
Okay.
because those are the two relays that I know
okay. That
play,
work with
used to
ephemeral
plays
events.
nicely,
Yeah.
and he shut down his relay a
Okay.
few weeks ago, and I had a bug on I had a bug on NSEC Bunker that made it that if the connection to one of the NSEC Bunker relays failed, then nothing worked. But that's fixed now, and I removed his relay.
One thing though, that is actually a risk of this whole NIP46 signing thing. As soon as the bunker goes down, you can't do anything. Yeah. Like you're blocked from signing any events or doing anything. So there are trade-offs here, obviously, like everything. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so NSEC Bunker is ideal for businesses,
yeah.
For individuals. It's not going to scale unless you use it. So, isn't it much better to do social recovery than
Those are two different things, though.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, yeah, they're solving different problems.
Like I can actually see lots of people, you know, I think the Umbrals and the Start 9s of the world are sort of normalizing this idea of like you've just got this little appliance that you're going to get at some point and you're just going to plug it in and it is going to set up a bunch of services, or it's already got the services ready to go and it manages all those things for you. So you're running a Bitcoin node, you're running a Lightning node, you're doing, you know, a bunch of things like that you don't have to think about. And like a Nostr relay and a Nostr signing, you know, setup will potentially be part of that. And so I think there are ways to make it definitely consumer grade and like really easy to do. But yeah, for now, it makes much more sense for businesses or like places where you really don't want to lose your key rather than like the standard, you know, consumer stuff.
I don't currently use it, but I totally would if the UI was a little bit better. It definitely beats putting your NSEC into every app.
100%.
Do you want to go next? Yeah.
I mean, personally, and I'm guessing for Waterblower, you cache the events, right?
Right, but it's encrypted version.
Right. So the way I would do it is you cache the same way, but you encrypt the cached version with the local key. So you decrypt it only once, right? Like you remotely decrypt it once, and then when you keep it locally, it's encrypted but with a local key, so you can decrypt it just fast.
I think
without an EPO 7, it's just like literally you have the private key because it's local to your.
There's also an easier way to do this, in my opinion, which would just be to make sure that your UI only is decrypting stuff as it's visible. So you know you're not trying to decrypt every single conversation in the thing, but like when you load one up, you're decrypting just the first couple of messages or the most recent couple of messages. So I mean, I think there's probably a couple of ways you could do it. Yeah.
There's also a less simple way to do this too, which would be
don't
I
write
like
your own
Byzantine
libraries
solutions. No. I was thinking, combine a relay proxy with an NSEC bunker. So you basically entrust a special purpose relay to decrypt things for you, so that not only can it deduplicate events from multiple relays like Multiplexer does, but it can also decrypt things using your private key. That's probably a terrible idea, but just a thought.
It's another option.
I like it. The local client would need to know that it's doing that, right?
Yeah.
Like the proxy is decrypting for you. Yeah, I like that. The one thing with regards to encryption is that you know that with NIPO 7 you only can decrypt one at a time, and with this you don't have to. Like you can send it 500 events and decrypt all of these and give them back, and you don't have to do like decrypt, which arguably I have not tested this, but But I know that I've dealt with like the NIPO 7, and I actually in NDK, when you call it, you don't have to concern yourself with queuing, like the decryptions or the signing. It's gonna queue them for you, because I found that so obnoxious.
Why, sorry a second. I
Is
don't
it-
understand this.
So
Why
you
do why
can't
do you have to do it
you
in-
can't call into the NIPO 7 synchronously, like multiple times.
Because
You
just
can't-
because of
it-
how
it'll just
Nostr
fail.
tools is
It's
written.
one at
Sorry,
a
it's
time.
just because of how Nostr tools is written.
Maybe it's because of how GetAlbi is implemented.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, sorry. Because Albi is like waiting for one at a time. Okay, gotcha. Oh, did they?
Oh, did they? Oh, I didn't know that. It's so annoying. Okay.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
gonna remove that queue then, because it's like this
Let's go.
slowing down of things for no reason.
Everyone's clients were broken for like 4 months, with, like failed to decrypt for no reason. Yeah.
Other questions? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the multi-organization thing is the reason I built it. So what I had in mind for NSEC Bunker, at one point in the highlighter, I had like this totally unrelated thing, which I'm gonna launch as a different product. But it was like a sort of like Google Docs-ish. And I wanted collaboration. I wanted people to be able to write an encrypted NIP23, an encrypted long form, with multiple people at the same time. And yeah, I wanted to be able to have a history and all this stuff, but published as one. So yeah, collaboration is the why I built it.
Yeah, it's a bit like, in a sense, Active Directory, or what's the more like modern ones, like the user team company management type stuff. Yeah, it's 100% that. Dude, but it's super, super important.
Yeah, but Active Directory, what's wrong with
Come on,
you?
man.
Jesus.
Everybody knows what Active Directory is. So it's a great
LDAP?
metaphor. It's a great
Gross.
example because everybody knows what it is.
Yeah, to kind of like zoom out a little bit too, you know, this is just one more component that Pablo has invented. DVMs are another one. You know, Nostr started as clients and relays, basically.
Yeah.
But these new components are being identified and separated out, and I think that's a really healthy thing for Nostr in general.
Yeah, yeah, massively helpful.
It's just new building blocks.
Yeah.
Right? We don't know what can be built with
Compound
like
building
these
blocks.
things.
Building
Yeah,
blocks
yeah,
made from the
100%.
basic building
100%.
blocks. Yeah. Other questions? I think we've got a couple more minutes here for sure.
No, we're good.
Oh, yeah.
Can you talk more about the trade-offs between clients actually running the NSEC bunker themselves or having kind of a third-party custodial service that runs it, especially around new users that when they sign up for a client, they don't actually know what Nostr is? So I feel like there may be situations where you're signing up to the new service, you don't want to point your users at a third-party custodian because it's going to confuse them. But then also that forces you to become the custodian of the NSEC bunker. So, can you talk more about how that might play out in terms of the choice?
I think you just outlined it perfectly. You know what I mean? Like it is that trade-off of ease of getting onboarded customers in the door and like, you know, getting to the value that they're looking for. You know, whether it's a music app or a, you know, Twitter-like app or whatever it is, versus making it easier to sort of, I guess, manage multiple identities or that sort of thing. So in some sense, it's like if the job is managing identities that you're trying to solve for, then that's actually the client you're building, is like how do you manage all that stuff and do those things. Versus every other client, that's not really their job, is to manage the stuff. So by doing just the really basic stuff, they might only have like we create your new accounts on our InSec bunker, call it, and the only other thing you can do there is export it, and that's it. Like you can get the key out and you can leave with it, but that's the only other function that they, you know, allow you to deal with, because that's not really what they do.
Yeah, and really, you don't have to run your own NSEC bunker as a client in order to provide that, you know, because they're providing their NSEC to you anyway, unless you really want like a backup of it that's server-side somewhere, you can just hold the NSEC in memory in the client and then eject later, and provide a good flow for choosing an identity provider at that point. Like the way I would do it probably if I were to actually run a NSEC bunker instance would be to say like, you know, just sign up, we'll keep your key, and if you want, you can select your provider here here's the ones we know about, like pick it from a drop down, or maybe use NIP89 to get recommendations from potentially your social graph. Although if you're signing up, that's not bootstrapped yet. But yeah, I think you identified the trade-offs really well.
Yeah, I think that the market will decide that basically, and different things will. Like, I don't think Coracle will run an insect bunker. Like, it doesn't fit with your paradigm. I think Primal would run an insect bunker. Like, it fits with that model, and everything in between, right? Like, CVD is sort of like an insect bunker where you can't take your key, right? It's sort of like that. So it would be within this spectrum of, he doesn't, like Coracle would not run an insect bunker, to Primal would run an insect bunker, and maybe onboard. Because one of the things that you can do with the insect bunker is tell it, generate a key and authorize my key, like the key that is telling you, hey, generate a key, authorize it to do things. So Primal could onboard users, never see their NSEC, have a local key that allows Primal to function. So for the user, they don't see anything weird. The flow is exactly the same, but Primal at no point had custody of that NSEC.
Yeah, and if you couch this in terms of like a sign in with buttons, it'd be really easy to make this one of those categories that is just monolithic in people's minds, but actually has a diversity of implementations. You don't have to choose a provider necessarily. You can leave it open ended and just have a really good user experience. So,
and the cool thing is that I actually really like this. When I implemented this, the fact that you use Nostr for the communication with the backend means that you get like hole punch. You can go through the firewall for free. Like there's an entire company that is built around the idea of hole punching through a firewall. If you want to access your Umbrel on Lightning, your Lightning through Umbrel, you probably need to use Tor, because otherwise how are you going to reach into the DLND or the CLN? This gives you that for free. Instead of connecting to an IP, you connect to a pub key. So it's like data-centric networking kind.
Yeah, when we were, I think you and me and G-Sovereignty were talking about this maybe in Miami, and I brought up the idea of because JavaScript, the way JavaScript works, you put things on a queue and then the event loop picks them up. So you have asynchronous programming and no parallel programming, and I was just like, oh, you could do that with Nostr. Like relays could just be that queue that you stick stuff on. Wouldn't it be funny if someone implemented JavaScript on Nostr? Jesus Christ. And G and Pablo laughed, but I remember seeing like a glint in your eye, like I'm already planning this.
Oh my God. Pain and destruction. Any last question? We've got time for, I guess, one more, or we can just be done.
Yeah, done.
All right, good stuff.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for the great questions.
So hi everybody. So this talk, the title is Nostr, the missing part of decentralization. And you can see a QR code there. So that's the same blog post I have on Habla with the same information but slightly different angles. So a little bit about me. I created a little client called Blowwater. So it's a DM-focused client. It's an OpenSet sponsored project. The URL is blowwater.app. So it's a web app. It has a mobile view, but right now it's mostly optimized for laptops. And here you can see the Damus profile link. So you can contact me with this QR code. So Blowwater has, it's a standard DM. You can chat with people, you can configure it your relays, or you can have very fast profile searches locally. We also have a very strange feature. So this is group chat. So here in this video, I have 3 instances opened. It's not released yet, but here you can see we have 3 people chatting in the same group, and this group is actually also a normal Nostr profile. Yeah, it's a normal Nostr account. So this group itself can actually post kind 1 or kind 4 to other people. And what's even more weird is that Blowwater is also a NIM7 extension. This extension is not released yet, but the idea is this extension can work side by side with other wallet extensions. So you can actually sign in, for example, Krakow with Blowwater, and you can also pay adapt people with Abby or other wallet extensions in the same time. But of course, this talk is not about Blowwater. It's about some visions I have about Nostr in general. So let's start with decentralization. For the last 10 years, because blockchain, various kind of blockchains was so popular, so most people, when they think of decentralization, they think of blockchains. However, this should not be the only narrative we have. Because at a technology level, blockchain is created to solve the problem of global consensus. It means the problem is about the ownership and the transferring of ownership of limited resources. So Bitcoin is a very good example of a blockchain, the first ever blockchain. But the problem is decentralization does not always need to be concerned with global consensus. There are many kind of softwares that does not need global consensus. For example, this is Obsidian. It's a note-taking app. So basically, you can write down markdowns, and it will render some beautiful UI for you. And it will show a knowledge graph of the relationship between your personal notes. So it's a personal note-taking app. But it has no connectivity. There is no collaborative editing. You basically are on your own. You cannot see other people's notes. You cannot share note with anybody. And this is Notion. It's another note-taking app. However, with this one, you can share it with other people. You can have collaborative editing with your colleagues. But it has no offline mode. So the first one, Obsidian, it is offline, it works great. You don't have to have internet. With Notion, you have to have internet, and it's centralized. Now the problem is, why can't we have both offline and online work together? And I believe Nostr is a good opportunity for us to create hybrid applications that can work offline regardless, but when we want to collaborate with other people, we can have the online features. And it will not be centralized. So with Nostr, we can have the power of the client and the power of the server together. And the user device should be respected as a source of truth. Another example is Figma. So Figma is actually offline capable. Figma uses an algorithm called CRDT. It's actually a decentralized algorithm. It allows people to edit those vector graphs locally, and then it will synchronize with servers. So Figma, the technology of Figma is decentralized, but Figma as a company, they operate their decentralized tech in a centralized fashion, right? So just imagine, we can actually just use similar technology, but operate it in a centralized, in a decentralized manner. Then we can have Notion, we can have Figma, we can even have like collaborative video editing tools. Because right now, for all the video editing tools, it's just offline. There's not even connectivity. And a traditional narrative in Silicon Valley is, if you want connectivity, you need to use cloud. You need to be cloud first. Because you want to be cloud first, you have to be centralized. There's no way to be decentralized and connected at the same time. Actually, that's just a false narrative Silicon Valley want to sell to us because the cloud vendors want to promote their product. So the technology Figma use underneath is called CRDT. Basically, CRDT is a family of algorithms that allows applications to handle data independently in a decentralized way, and offline is not a special case. Offline is just a normal case. So that's about collaborative softwares. Now let's take a look at another scenario. And before that, let's look at the 3 dimensions of software systems. The first dimension is the publicity. So for example, Nostr kind 1 is fully public, right? And for things like maybe Signal or Telegram, it's like fully private. We cannot verify them, but at least they advertise them as fully private. And for Nostr kind 4, it's like something in between. You have encryption, but you also have metadata leak. And the second dimension is data fidelity. So at the lowest level, we just have text. Then we go a little bit higher, we have image, we have audio, we have videos. A little bit higher, we have streaming. And right now with the new VR, AR headset, we can even have 3D streaming in the future. And the third dimension is centralization or decentralization. So we have decentralized, we have federated, and we have centralized. So for Nostr right now, for the first dimension, we are more leaning towards the public domain. And for data fidelity right now, it's mostly text. We have some images with zap.stream, we have streaming, but the streaming's data handling is centralized. So in the future, maybe we want to build the data fidelity of Nostr a little bit higher, gradually. Of course, we want to stay decentralized for Nostr. So the key takeaway here is a centralized technology can be operated in a decentralized technology can be operated in a centralized way, but a centralized technology can never be decentralized. So decentralized technology is like have the benefit of both, right? Now let's talk about TikTok or Douyin, the Chinese version. This is not my Douyin. I don't look at beautiful girls all the time. But the message here is, if I am a business owner, I need to pay 300 USD, the China version, to be listed in Douyin, just to be listed. And for every 1,000 exposures, I have to pay about 15 cents. So that's a Chinese price. In US, is actually higher. And that's a huge upfront cost for small business owners. And this is another Chinese app. It's called Dianping. It literally means people's comment. So it's more like a Yelp. You have pictures, you have comments, you also have DMs. but of course it's centralized. So now the question is, can we build something like TikTok and something like Yelp in Nostr? Right now with all the public information kind of one, we can already have images and comments. The one thing missing is a good onboarding process for small businesses. For example, here, in the center of the picture, you have like a little button to click in, and then you can see the business profile, and then you can have your, you can buy ticket or you can order food if it's a restaurant. And I believe technology-wise, Nostr is already capable of doing all of this stuff. We just need people who are interested in this kind of product dimension and build the actual product. And let's talk about Visa card. So Visa is convenient for normal customers, but actually for business owners, on average, they pay 1.5 to 3.5% processing fee to just handle all the credit card payment. And that's actually a huge cost, combining with the 300 upfront payment to be listed on TikTok as a business. Now, with Bitcoin and Lightning, the fee could be much lower. And what if each business has its own Lightning node or its own virtual Lightning node? So they never have to cash out. Then there is no processing fee for them. They only have to pay the transaction fee if they want to cash out to the mainnet and from mainnet to their fiat bank if they choose to. But overall, I believe the marketing fee and the processing fee with Nostr plus Bitcoin could be like 2 or 3 times lower than the fiat solutions and the centralized solutions. And also it's regulation friendly because a physical store is in the real world, so they can be tracked, and so they can have good tax report, and there's no problem of like money laundering or things like that. So just do a recap. With Nostr and Bitcoin, we can build very useful solutions for real people in the real world. For softwares, we can use Nostr plus CRDT to have offline first softwares. And for offline stores, we can use it to empower local business transactions. So we can still use a centralized cloud. It's just the role of the cloud is changed. It's not primary anymore. It's not required anymore. It's just another tool we can utilize. So what do we need? Do we need more users? Yes. But before that, we need developers to have clear visions. Right now, we are in a chaotic but fun, more like hackers. But I believe the Nostr ecosystem needs more entrepreneurs to actually push their product out. We might also need to talk with investors, because sometimes maybe the fiat investors is not necessarily evil. We need to educate them and let them see the value of Nostr and the decentralization movement at large. So thank you very much. That is my talk. So the left QR code is a bloater client, and the right QR code is my Nostr profile. And any questions? Yes. Yeah, so the question is, right now, most popular CRDT implementations are complicated, and that is true. And the question is, can we have simpler CRDTs to enable some simple use cases? And I think yes. So for example, we can just have a CRDT set. So set like a mathematical set. We can add strings into it, then we can actually, let me do a demonstration here. So for example, this relay configuration, it's just strings. It's just 4 strings together, right, for text. We can just use a simple set CRDT to do relay configuration synchronization. And that could be implemented in probably 100 or 200 lines of JavaScript. And then it will be also be relay friendly. I mean, like Nostr JSON friendly. But my assumption is if we want to have multiple capabilities, for example, collaborative editing, we need to use those complicated CRDTs. And maybe Nostr protocol need to have a binary format instead of just JSON. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, is this something that we could potentially upgrade to gradually, or is, I mean, it seems like a pretty backwards path. Relays are currently governed by lists which have only trace conditions.
Right, right. For example, like a follower list, right? And the follower list is mutable. You want to add new people to the list, or you want to remove some people from your follow list. And right now, it's like if you connect it to multiple relays, and they have different lists, whoever gets written last just wipe out everything else. So I'm doing many experiments with that. I don't have a stable solution yet. Right now, Bloaters configuration list is binary, so it's not compatible with any other client. It's not something I want. It's just how I end up right now. We need to talk about that offline more. Yeah. So if no other questions, that will be my talk. Thank you very much.
Should I use this one over here?
They're all there.
How's it going, everybody? You look well.
Yeah, it's all working. Cool. Yeah, so does this one also work?
Yeah, we're good.
Cool. So I want to talk about a project called...
Who are you?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm G.
And I'm Markinox.
G Sovereignty. I want to talk about a project called Nostr, which is something I've been working on for a while, and recently received an OpenSets grant, which I'm pretty happy about. So yeah, thanks. So like the general thing is, Bitcoin means you don't have to think about money and payments. It solves that problem. And what I'm trying to do with Nostr is build something that does the same thing for human organizations. So everyone can work on like a shared project without needing to solve the problem of what work people should do, the direction that the project should go in, and how to distribute revenue and stuff like that. So like at the moment, the way we do this is with a company structure, which is nested under the state, and that's a pretty big problem if you want to do something that the state doesn't like. So like, and it also makes you very centrally planned. So I mean, there's some stuff in the US that's happening right now, basically anti.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard, but in the United States, there's some new regulations regarding LLCs that is going to be coming into effect next year. Basically, it doxes everyone who owns LLCs and requires a bunch more paperwork. So it's an active attack by the state against LLC corporations in America. There's a lot of people who use LLCs because they're overseas and they want to be involved in companies in the United States, but after these new regulations go into effect next year, they won't be able to do that if their home country isn't okay with what they're doing. So organizing things under the state is basically, like G said, if you're doing anything that they don't like, if your jurisdiction isn't okay with what you're working on, you can't use a company structure. And so we need a new way to organize projects. And you know, there are other things out there, but I feel like Nostr is the best thing we've invented so far.
So, yeah, and also just like if you, as soon as you have a red as a company and you're responsible to the state, everything in your company becomes centrally planned. There's no alternative to that because someone's responsible to the government. So that's not going to work, especially when you can't build a Bitcoin company like that because the first thing is state. We're still in like the honeymoon period of Bitcoin where the state doesn't really care that much. But when they start really caring about it because it impacts their tax and whatever, they're going to start coming after Bitcoin. And the easiest place to start is with anyone who's doing any Bitcoin kind of company. So like you can't, like there's no such thing as a Bitcoin company. It doesn't work. It's not going to work. So anyway, there are a few projects. I'll just quickly show you like, this is the current implementation. These are the people who've started using it.
So to use Nostr, you first get into the identity tree, which means someone else already in the tree has to add you. Then you're able to create projects under Nostr, and then you're also able to contribute to projects.
Okay, so yeah, there are a few projects launching on Nostr, and Archinox. Archinox is really here because I'm not very good at presenting. So
yeah,
he is.
You can tell, right? Yeah.
But the other reason is Archinox is launching some stuff on Nostr. So
yeah, so I have 3 projects. Basically, everything I'm doing on Nostr, I'm putting on Nostr because I think it just makes sense. I have 3 projects that I'm launching on Nostr. The first of which I also got an OpenSats grant for, which is the cyberspace protocol. I'm creating a digital cyberspace like meta-reality metaverse on Nostr, which if you've ever heard of the metaverse, that might sound stupid, and I guarantee you it's the only metaverse that's not. So, and then I'm also working on 2 implementations of the cyberspace protocol, which is Onosendai, which is a VR cyberspace client, and then I'm also working on another implementation which is more augmented reality based called Yonder. And if you're hearing this right now, you are hearing an announcement of a brand new Nostr client that no one knows about yet, called Yonder, and you can use it right now at go.yonder.me, and it's a mapping client for Nostr. And so you can create places, you can navigate to places, and soon you'll be able to use encrypted communications to share your location real time with other people. But these are all, I'm putting all of these under Nostr because I want to incentivize other contributors to come in and work on these projects. And Nostr has a really great incentive structure to help that happen. So what you do to put your project on a Nostr is you break down what your roadmap is into bite-sized problems, which are basically like, okay, well, if I'm going to do a mapping client because that helps humans coordinate. which is good. And then I break that down into a smaller problem. Well, I need to, make a mapping client. And then I break that down into a smaller problem like, well, what kind am I going to use to store map data? And then you keep on breaking your roadmap down into smaller and smaller pieces until they're so small that someone can just grab one of those problems and solve it. And when they solve it, then they're able to request merits for solving that. And merits are basically like they're a representation of your contribution to the project. It's like a quantification of what you've done towards the Nostr project. So imagine that you have, imagine your commit graph on GitHub represented your right to any future revenue of any of those GitHub projects. That's basically what merits are. And so if that project generates revenue or has some sort of lightning payment thing built in, the people who contribute to that project can actually, they can receive those payments directly from the customer. A great example of this is a relay. So there's actually a relay under Nostr called Flame Bucket. Yeah. And so if you contribute to Flame Bucket, the relay software, and you earn merits for your contributions, then when someone pays to sign up for that relay, those sats actually go directly to you in proportion to how many contributions or merits that you've earned for contributing. So that means that people who are working on a project get direct non-custodial payments for what they're doing instead of being in a company structure where you have to do all the paperwork and you get a paycheck paid out and G gets to decide if your contributions were worthy or not and all that stuff. We just bypass all of that and then every contributor just gets paid directly from the customers through the Nostr protocol. So because the contributors are incentivized in this way, that makes them focus on solutions that are on the direct path to revenue, which the idea behind that is that revenue is sort of like the common indicator of a successful endeavor. If it makes money in the marketplace, that's probably something worth doing, maybe. It's better than nothing. So did you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I'll just say like the problems are structured, are they nested?
Yeah. Yeah, so there's the root problem, which is humanity is not living up to its full potential. And that's nice in general, so you can kind of nest almost like anything that helps humanity under that, as far as defining your roadmap into problems. And the nice thing about that is that when you're defining your project in terms of, in that context, that sort of directs every project under Nostr as something that should benefit humanity in some way. And so that's a little bit different way of thinking about it than the way of thinking like, hey, I just want to make as much money as possible and figure out how to do that. It sort of directs all action towards the betterment of humanity. And obviously all these projects are open source, so that's also in that same vein of kind of building software for humanity. So the next thing we want to kind of cover is like the philosophical approach, or like what's the big idea behind all this? Because organizing a project and figuring out how someone can contribute is one thing, but what's the vision ultimately? And I guess to me, when not having invented Nostr, I'm just one of G's biggest fans in terms of this project and stuff. Not anything else about him, just the project. But when it comes to Nostr and what I feel like it represents for humanity, it's like a brand new digital economy just on the internet that anyone can opt into and start using their talents to earn money, like real hard money, directly to them. And it just kind of gets rid of all those barriers. And I'm hoping that in the future, Nostr is something where people who don't have many opportunities where they currently live can find opportunities and ways to contribute valuably to different initiatives that are through the internet, through Nostr on Nostr. So. So did you have anything you want to add to
Not really, that's
the philosophy? Okay, cool. So the 3 projects that I'm doing, here's what they would look like. I want to talk about how they look like in the context of Nostr, but here's what they would look like outside of Nostr. If I was just going to go about this in a traditional way, if I'd never heard of Nostr before, this is what I would do. I would own the project. I would own all future revenue of the project, and I would pay it to people whenever I felt like it or whatever I saw fit. I would control how much, when, and who is compensated for contributing. I would control what people can contribute to the direction of the project. And then, consequently, I'm also on the hook for recruiting and fundraising and running a business and liability to governments and all that stuff. So it's not really good for me. It's not really good for the contributors. The incentives are kind of stacked in a, I mean, it's like very common, right? I mean, companies are, that's like how you organize human action right now. But the incentives aren't great, and it's not good for the project ultimately. Like the roadmap of the project and where it's going, it doesn't have the same freedom that a Nostr Rocket project could have. So with Nostr Rocket, nobody owns the project, and that's a kind of a radical idea. It even took me a little bit to like let go of the idea that the things that I'm like, you know, imagining, I'm just going to like let go of all ownership of that and just make that completely open source and completely owned by anybody who wants to contribute. But it's just better. It's just better that way. It's kind of like how, you know, Fiat Joff invented Nostr, but he doesn't own Nostr. That's what we're talking about, like that kind of non-ownership of something, even though you can contribute to it. With Nostr Rocket, the revenue is distributed proportionally to the contributors by their merits at the time of the customer's payment. So we don't have to worry about you know, payroll and stuff like that. And then finally, the direction of the project is set by the contributors with every contribution. If you make a PR to a Nostr Rocket project, there aren't really any conditions for it to be merged other than it must not break anything right now. You know, it can't cause errors or introduce, you know, it can't be malicious. But basically, if you make a PR to a project on Nostr Rocket, it's going to get merged if it works. And that means that anyone who contributes to it can basically help shape the direction of the project. They don't have to get approval from me to decide what new features or what's going to happen with Yonder or Onosendai or anything like that. Anyone can just come in and code, and I don't even get to like turn them down. If they add a feature and it works, it's like, okay, well, I guess that's part of it now. I mean, you can always fork the project if you want, right? But it's better if we work together. So having an open mind about where things are going and using it like that, it's a radical way of kind of allowing anybody to come into a project and kind of be an owner of it. So anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, the pull requests have to be solving a problem, that's all. And there are
Yeah,
rules about
yep.
problems.
Yeah, so there are a couple conditions, but the conditions don't really have to do with my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, they're rules based. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
oh, sorry.
G, do you want to pull up Yonder?
Yeah.
Should I show them? Yeah, I saw a question over there too.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Like kind of, except that DAOs, the way that we think of DAOs, the way that they've been done, are like totally bullshit. So, like, it's not really the right way to think about it. It's, I guess, if you really want to get to the original term of the meaning, it's kind of like a DAO, but it's like an easily forkable DAO, so it's nested DAOs maybe, but not the shitcoiny way. So. Yeah, so the merits are, merits are like created in response to, it's like proof of work, like did you solve the problem? Is it solved? And then it's a little bit like we don't have enough time to go all the way through it because there's like, I'd have to be here
I can
for
simplify it for you.
Yeah.
So when you solve a problem, you put out a request for merits and you choose how many merits you think it's worth. You probably want to choose a number that's proportional to the other contributions that have been made to the same project. And then that merit request is approved by the existing merit holders of that project. So they get to say, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep, but they don't have to approve it. That's right. Yep.
So, but then like that, if they don't approve the merits, if the person who contributed doesn't think it's fair that they're not approved, they're not going to contribute again. So you're just lost
and other
the
people
contributor.
probably won't either.
Yeah.
If
So
they have a history
if it's
of
not
rejecting,
fair, it's not going to work.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, there's a lot of social dynamics in terms of that. But the voting system, it's got these ratios where you have to have like a great majority of people to approve, and you have to have a very low minority to reject most proposals. So it kind of gets like a good kind of middle ground. Like if everybody hates something, then yeah, it should probably be rejected. And if everybody loves something, then it should probably be approved. And so yeah, if they deny your request, it's like, well, good luck finding people who want to work on it. And you could also just go fork it at that point. If you're like, well, you're not going to, work with me, I'll fork it and I'll put it under Nostr, and people can come work with me instead. So it's very radically open, and I think that there could be times when people do that and they kind of fork off and use their own. Yes. Yep. Yep. Well, go ahead, Jay.
It's a bit more nuanced,
Yeah.
But it's a long explanation because there was a problem with there's been other projects in the past that have tried not exactly this, but they've tried every aspect of this has been, I've tested it in previous jobs or previous whatever, and so you can't just have it based purely on merits. The weighting can't be done that way because then there's all these little consensus hacks and stuff. So there's some more to it, but the protocol is on nostrocket.org. You can see sort of how that works. It's easier to read than explain it.
Can you pull up yonder?
Say again?
Pull up yonder?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait,
So
sorry.
go, yeah.
Hi. I'm working on 2 different screens.
No problem.
Whoops. All right.
So yeah, go click on my beacon on the building here. So I just it's nearby. It's one of those. Oh, those are old ones.
Is it? Okay.
Anyway, maybe refresh it and zoom out or whatever. Yeah, go ahead and refresh it. So anyway, yonder is a map. It's like a social map. And it's actually, this is implementing, or will be implementing the cyberspace protocol, which you can ask me about if you want to know more, but you'll be able to basically, it's going to have an augmented reality component, and then you'll be able to see things physically in front of you by looking through your phone's camera. But right now you can create places. So now we have a Nostr client where you can basically make your own Google Maps. My goal is to put Google Maps in the dirt. So if you work for Google, sorry. But I want to just make it so that Google isn't the intermediary of all mapping. I don't think you should have to go through Google to be on a map. And so this is the Nostr version of that. And I would love for other Nostr map clients to start kind of doing a similar thing. And we can just kind of make this part of the ecosystem. But the cool thing about Yonder is the people that you follow, you see the global button. If you hit that, it changes to friends, and then you can only see the places of your friends on the map, the places that they create. So as a business, if you want to create a place for your taco stand or whatever, and you move, it's a food truck, you can easily, it's a replaceable event, so you can just update your place, move it wherever, and then you can send out the N adder. And then you can tell people, hey, follow this npub, and you can see where I'm at any given time. And it updates in real time because it's WebSockets. So it's a really convenient way to have a frictionless Google Maps where you don't need approval for any of that stuff from Google. And there's also the GeoChat. So if you press the purple button down there, you can see, I guess you have to zoom out and pick another place, but this loads any geotagged messages on the Nostr protocol. So kind ones that are geotagged pop in here, and if you go to wherever you're currently at in the world, you can post geochat messages from there too. So it's kind of I'm trying to hook into the kind one ecosystem, but make it in a place. So you can have conversations in an area of the map. And the geohash changes size as you zoom out and stuff, so you can see some messages pop up there. You can zoom out enough where it gets to be half of a continent, but soon I'm going to make it so that you can reply to people in other geohash regions, but you'll only be able to start conversations in your current region that you're at, according to your GPS. So we got GeoChat, we got places, you can create places, and end-to-end encrypted location sharing is coming soon too, as soon as Hodlbod finishes the private group's NIP or whatever. I'm just going to keep bugging him about that. So enjoy it, play with it, give me feedback. This is a Nostr Rocket project. I'm happy to have other people involved. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Not yet. If you want to build it. What was that? 2 weeks. Yeah, it's just going to be 2 weeks. But yeah. Thank you. It uses GeoJSON that is stringified in the content tag. I'm sorry, Pablo, but I stringified some JSON. But yeah, if you use GeoJSON, it's basically that's. I didn't write a NIP. There's a discussion about that, but. Oh, you mean the geohash or the geotag or the GTag? Yeah, you can encode GeoJSON. There's a NIP for it. You should use it. Sure. Yeah, I need to find that then. I guess I didn't know or I wasn't aware that it was. It maybe came about like when I just haven't. Yeah, I should look into that. Cool. And maybe I'm already using it. I don't know. I'll have to look. Yeah, I've been in some discussions on the PRs for geospatial stuff, but part of me was just like, well, this isn't going anywhere, so I'm just going to do something. Yeah, my plan is to add so you can upload photos and other content to those markers as well. Just haven't gotten there quite yet.
Lead time, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah. No, you don't need an approval process because like it's a long story. I'll meet you afterwards.
I think we're good on what we're going to present, so we're happy to just, more questions.
Do you mean in terms of like how many merits?
I think he means like if. Like if you don't know how to do a PR, how do you?
Oh, okay. So you can still like claim merits for work that's not technical. Yeah, that's just
Naturally, it's going to be a lot of code to kind of begin.
It's just that right now, like all the problems are technical because it's not finished being built.
But actually, no. But some of the problems I've actually claimed merits for were literally designing logos for stuff that people were working on. So, yeah, it can be pretty much anything that's solving a problem. It doesn't have to be code.
But the problems like need to be there's more to it. There's like because rockets can be like you can have like rockets underneath other rockets.
Which is like a project.
Yeah, like an extra project. And so like, but the merits need, like if you're claiming merits for something, the existing people, like one of the rules is like that has to be a problem that's in a critical path towards more users or more revenue, because otherwise it's in the wrong direction. And so like, that's a judgment that like existing merit holders make.
So I have a bunch of different ideas for that, but I'm also obviously happy to hear ideas. One obviously easy thing is you just use the friends thing. The global feed might become pretty useless at some point on Yondr. But I'm also looking at proof of work as a way to kind of resolve those disputes. Like I had an idea where if you're zoomed out, really, really high proof of work places would still be visible. And then as you zoom in, like low proof of work places would be visible. So you could use proof of work as kind of like a filter. Ultimately, there will be there's other ways that I'm thinking of making it so that, you know, if someone claims a McDonald's and another person puts a place on a McDonald's and it's like two different, you know, claims. I mean, ultimately, the best way is that you find the business on Nostr, you find their profile and you follow them. And you know it's like that pub key actually owns this place, and then it shows up on your friends list. Yeah, that's another way. We're looking at potentially having like a verified place relay that you could optionally pay for, and then we would just serve places that we know are legit, or they could have like a special mark on them. Obviously, that would be a monetization strategy. It's not completely authoritative, but it would be an authority, so other people could also do that. So yeah, there's a bunch of different ways you could kind of come at that problem, and maybe multiple ways of doing it are needed.
Cool. We've run out of time.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
How can we adjust this to make it a little lower? There's a switch on it? No, I mean, I don't want to break it. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it working? Yep. Cool. I go by Nabismo Prime on Nostr, and this is a much simpler presentation than what you just saw. This is building your own relay for beginners, and this is really tailored more towards people with little to no technical experience. So we're going to start off with some painfully simple description of what a relay is to start, and end with a demonstration of actually building a relay. So to start off, what is a relay? Relays are really the backbone of the Nostr protocol. We are replacing the servers that typically run in the centralized services and decentralizing those across the globe. They are ultimately responsible for storing and serving all the notes that are served to clients. A client requests events, relays respond with events or with a message saying they don't have that. It's a very specific type of server that has one job, incredibly simple, and without them, Nostr wouldn't exist. What relays look like under the hood, they all differ a little bit, but in kind of a service-oriented architecture, they typically consist of some logic to handle WebSocket connections. We need to keep, first of all, accept WebSocket connections, keep track of who is connected, and make sure that we're serving the requested events back to the proper clients. There's also logic for event handling, specifically writing events and using logic to filter out the requested events from the database. The database is an organized way of storing notes with persistent storage so that the clients can request it using the agreed upon syntax, and then we will serve that back to the client. And most projects contain a cache as well, which is a simpler database of just key value pairs, and they are held in memory for non-persistent storage because it is much quicker to serve those frequently requested requests, I guess, from memory instead of actually making a database query and having to search through the entirety of the database. And typically, a lot of relays will often sit behind a reverse proxy that is changing those or upgrading those HTTPS connections to WebSocket connections. Why would you want to run your own relay? Because you could have more control of your data. You can choose which relays you're writing to. You could store your own data. You could make this private if you wanted to. You can curate content, restrict posting to certain endpubs like a paid relay or some other sort of mechanism to vet who's posting to that. You can also build communities around relays, and it's a really fun way to learn more about the network or the protocol really, and support it as well. At the bare minimum to run a relay, you need your own domain, an SSL certificate to encrypt data between the client and the relay, a server to host this, and some actual relay software to respond to the requests. Where would you host a relay? There was some interesting discussion about this morning, and I forget the name of the project because jet lag just hit me like a ton of bricks. I host in the cloud on virtual private servers, and there's a couple reasons for that. The hardware is maintained by the cloud provider. You maintain the operating system, network security, and your own software. It's very convenient, but there are trade-offs. You can absolutely be rugged if AWS decides to just close my account or for whatever reason. I ran into some throttling issues with one of the relays I was working on. I had built a serverless relay and they were throttling me in certain regions. So I was very much at the mercy of the cloud provider. But I think it's easier, and I think it's an acceptable trade-off in my book, especially where one of the biggest bottlenecks, I guess, or one of the largest contributors to latency is the proximity of the client to the actual relay. So if you can maintain a presence in multiple regions, you can ultimately serve clients around the globe faster than having just one server, say, hosted out of your living room or something. You can self-host these, and there are people that do. I don't, just because of the reasons I stated earlier. It's easier to just re-image things in the cloud. I can spin up, spin down. and have that global presence. And it's a lot harder if you are sitting behind a NAT router, which most home networks are. To be able to make that reachable to clients outside of your network, you would either need to port forward on your router. So you have a number of devices behind your home router that are all sharing that same public IP. I don't want to broadcast my home public IP, as well as that's also a dynamic IP address. Your internet service provider can refresh that at any time, and you would need to update your DNS records to reflect that, or it's going to resolve to the wrong IP address. As well as when you're putting that out there, you are letting everyone know it's pretty easy to see where that IP address is geographically, as well as if you have other things in your home network, you're potentially opening your home network up to adversaries. For people could port scan you, find out if you're running any other services. You could open yourself up to denial of service or distributed denial of service attacks, neither of which I want on my home network. And as mentioned earlier, to run a relay, you do need to get a domain name from a domain registrar. There are several different companies that can do this. You typically do need to provide some information for, I forget what the actual name of it is, but you'll need a name, email address. You can make up an email address. There are certain services that you can use where you can pay in Bitcoin or do this somewhat anonymously. You'll need a server, whether that is hardware that you're hosting yourself or infrastructure somewhere in the cloud. You'll need to be able to clone a repository. I have people ask me what that is quite often. A repository is just a, I guess, where the relay code lives, and you can clone that and you can make changes to it. You're basically downloading, or not downloading, or I guess you are downloading, a local copy of the code that is available for everybody to share. And you usually need to either compile it yourself or make some sort of adjustments to reflect your own domain name, username and passwords for the database, or any other personalization that needs to be done. It's not something that you would click and just download. There might be implementations out there that do this, where you can just pretty much plug and play, but a lot of them require some modification to fit your setup. Some of the basic networking, you should only be opening the ports that you need. At a bare minimum, you'll need a port 443 opened. For the actual clients to connect, that's where they're going to be starting their HTTPS connections, and your proxy should upgrade that to WebSocket connections. Port 80 will need to be open at some point to let, if you're using Let's Encrypt for a certificate authority, they'll need to make a connection, verify that you own that domain, and then issue that certificate so that you can make secure WebSocket connections. And then you should also have port 22 open to create a secure shell so that you could administer your own relay. But you should limit that in, not make that open to all IP addresses, just basically what IP addresses you would expect to connect to that relay from to administer the relay. I've helped a number of people set up relays, and I've run into a number of interpretations of the directions for setting up a relay. There are some really good, and there are more coming out daily, instructions on how to run your own relay, but I see a lot of people getting stuck on the same things. A lot of them are networking issues. Some of them are just insufficient resources available to the relay. The database container may not start. Another big one is running commands from the wrong directories. If you're running a command that references a file as an argument, or you're actually executing a binary, I'll see people running these commands from the incorrect directory, and if whatever you're trying to access isn't in that file path, it's not going to work. I also see command line text editors can be kind of tricky, especially if you're using Vim or something. I see people edit these, might figure it out from some quick Googling, but then they don't save it correctly and just exit, and it has all the default settings as far as like a placeholder for a domain name, the wrong passwords or username, and it can be kind of difficult to track these errors down in error logs. And of course, if you leave the, or I've seen a lot of mistakes in setting up the actual subdomain, and people's domain names are not resolving to the correct IP at all. So obviously clients won't be able to find you if your domain name does not redirect to the correct IP. A couple of things to be mindful of when running a relay. These things cost money, especially if you are running in the cloud. Infrastructure isn't cheap. I know I have been hit with several surprise AWS bills over the years, and I'm sure a number of people in the room have as well. And storage can be quite costly as well. And there's also some interesting conversations around how long relays should be storing things for and how things are going to look for relays in a couple of years. Is it viable to store all events for all of eternity? Somebody's paying for this at some point, and what is the incentive for the relay operator to keep paying for this month after month? Because a lot of the paid relays, what you collect in fees to post that, I guess it depends on the volume of your relay and how much you're paying. Probably isn't going to cover your costs at the end of the month. I know right now I'm not making any money off it. I did run a paid relay at some point, and I had maybe 15 people that had paid to 1,000 sats each, so 15,000 sats for something that cost me about 15, 20 bucks at least a month to run. So that's not sustainable in the long run. As well as there's been some interesting conversations about legal issues with content you're storing and serving. There are people working on ways to kind of filter what people can post to relays, but if people are uploading illegal content to your relays and you're storing that and serving that, I don't know exactly what the laws are around that, and I guess it would depend on what jurisdiction you're hosting it out of, but I think it's quite reasonable to believe that you could end up with some legal action taken against you if you became of interest to some regulatory authority. And I wanted to kind of go through actually building a relay and kind of talking about what we're doing as we're setting this up. So I had actually written a relay in Python, and it is not the fastest. It is not the it is not as well architected as some of the other relays, especially like stir fry, or even Nostr is probably like 100 times faster. And I kind of copied the architecture for Nostr and rewrote it in some very simple Python scripts and packaged everything into containers, and then wrote some server setup scripts so that a user can basically just execute a set of scripts on a fresh Ubuntu VPS instance, and it will create or install a reverse proxy, request an SSL certificate, add in a number of environmental variables like your domain name, usernames, passwords, and then bring up the relay in a Docker Compose stack so that everything has its dependencies packaged within their containers. So to do this, let's go ahead and spin up an EC2 instance real quick. And I'm using AWS because this is just where I'm most comfortable, but there are a number of cloud providers out there that I would recommend, like Linode or DigitalOcean. Those can be a bit simpler, but AWS is familiar to me, and there are a number of other products you can use with this. if you're using S3 buckets for storage or have some other sort of distributed architecture. So we're going to go with a pretty small instance here. We only need one virtual CPU and about 2 gigabytes of memory. And going back to our discussion about a firewall here, this is a very simple firewall managed by AWS. We're just going to create a really simple security group that allows SSH traffic. I'm allowing it from anywhere right now because I don't know what my IP address is. Allowing HTTPS traffic, that's going to be ultimately our clients connecting, and then HTTP for the certificate authority to issue that certificate. Let's go ahead and create this. And once we have a public IP, we'll go ahead and create a domain record for this. And I'm just using a subdomain. And this should broadcast pretty quickly. Go ahead and SSH into our newly created server. Okay, and we are in. We'll then go ahead and just create a sudo user real quickly. Log in as that user. And we're going to go back to actually clone that repository. So we're going to take that code that I have hosted on GitHub and pull that into our server so that we can input our variables. So as mentioned, I'm going to leave the default database user and password that I have in there, but I am going to change the domain name because we're ultimately going to use that to issue a certificate. Put in an API key for a monitoring tool that I use. And then we are all set to actually start the menu and run the setup script to prepare a server. And what this is doing is this is updating the package manager repository. It is going to install the dependencies that are needed on the server to actually run the relay. It is going to create that reverse proxy we were talking about and request the certificate. And then once we have Docker installed and all that stuff, we can actually build our containers. And like I said, we're just using a Docker Compose stack. I've got a WebSocket handler container, an event handler container, Postgres database container, and a container for the monitoring tool I use as well as a Redis cache. And for anyone that doesn't know what a container is, it is a type of virtualization. It's basically a mini operating system where you can package your code with all the dependencies that it needs so that it's portable. You can run it on different machines. It's often used in modern web applications. There we go. Okay, and we're requesting a certificate. And I made a typo. Maybe not. Okay, no. Okay. And now we can actually start our relay. And what this is doing right now is this is building the Docker containers. It is downloading all the dependencies, going through a couple of the steps that I have set out here to prepare those, and pulling in the actual code that I've written into those containers. And this relay is an incredibly simple relay. It is just an event handler and a WebSocket handler. There's no nothing really special about this. It's not the fastest, but it works. It does have some rate limiting mechanism built into it where it's basically a number of tokens that the user is issued in a certain amount of time, and if you're posting too often or requesting too often, you're using those tokens, and if you use up your token allowance, then you are disconnected and no longer able to post or request from the relay. And while we're waiting for that, I've got a little command line tool that I've built here. And what this does is this is just going to programmatically post notes. Let's wait till this is up. And we're just going to confirm everything's running okay. Okay. This one's still starting. Cool. Let this run for a second. All right, and we are making a request with the client. I know we've got Hodlebod in the audience right now, and it looks like we are scoped to the relay that we just built, and we're looking at all the random events I just generated with that little command line tool. And as you can see, things are going kind of smoothly. As I said, it's written in Python. It is not fast, but it's fast enough. I don't think this would probably be good for something like Damus or something that's under really heavy load. Python is one of the slowest, if not the actual slowest programming languages, and some people don't consider it a programming language either because it's actually an interpreted language. It's more of a scripting language, but it seems to work. It's pretty simple to set up, and I think that it could be a fun little tool for some people that are not developers themselves and would like to set up a relay to play around with minimal work on their end. And that is pretty much it. I think I had... just some ways to get in touch. If there is any way that I could help anyone that's curious about running their own relay, I'm more than happy to do so. I'm also open to any sort of critique that somebody might have for this relay project. And that's pretty much it. Any questions? Do we have a mic? XFrog asked me to have people ask questions into the mic for... Thank you. I think it's off.
Hello? Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing. I have one question, but of two parts, if that's okay.
Sure.
I wonder how plug and play is it to run a relay? Like, basically, what kind of commitment do I need to make? If we contrast it, say, with Bitcoin, where a Bitcoin node is easy to run, but a Lightning node, you need some TLC every day with the channels. Once I've done the VPS, the DNS, what am I looking at on a daily basis? And then the second part, the risks you outlined. The main one that comes to my mind is the traffic, the bandwidth on the server. That would be, I don't know if there are any VPSs that give you like unlimited bandwidth, or is there a way to solve that, like whitelisting, or maybe you have some thoughts and wisdom on this?
Well, let me answer the first question. There isn't much maintenance on a day-to-day basis. Everything is pretty much running on its own, doesn't really require much upkeep. If you have a static IP address, I wouldn't expect any upkeep on the DNS records. The cool thing about containers is if they fail for whatever reason, you can set them to always restart so that it'll just regenerate. There have been several instances where I found bugs where, like I said, I have monitoring tools deployed where I'll notice that a container failed and maybe didn't restart or was in some sort of like crash loop back off. But I guess the short answer to that question is not much. You should be able to just kind of leave it and it should run for a while. This is only maybe 3 or 4 months old. I've left one running in my staging environment, haven't touched it since, and I haven't had any issues. As far as restricting traffic, that's a very good point. A lot of cloud providers do meter the traffic that you can have both inbound and outbound. I haven't come up on that threshold where it's cost me, like it costs a little bit. I could go over my actual AWS bill and get like a more realistic figure, but as far as mitigating that, I think a firewall could be somewhat useful. The kind of token-based rate limiter is helpful as well, where it's cutting people off before they become a problem, but they're still connecting in the first place. So there isn't really a clear solution in mind as far as how to limit that before it becomes a problem that you're paying for. I mean, it could absolutely become a problem where you just go to check your bill one month and you're paying a fortune, and AWS is notorious for egress costs. I haven't had this happen with this particular project, but I have had that happen with some other stuff that I built where I went to go check in on it and there was some malicious traffic or just much higher than expected traffic, and because of the way I had set up the network with like private link or some other tool, it depends on like what cloud services you're using as well, it could get kind of expensive. Anyone else?
Sorry, do you happen to know of any good options for non-KYC VPS providers?
There's some that I have come across in the past. I can't think of any by name. I'm not really using any at the moment. There are some out there, though, as far as how what kind of availability they offer as well. I'm not sure. I did come across one in my research, and I'm struggling to think of the name of it right now, but no, I guess. I don't know if any off the top of my head, but they absolutely are out there. You can pay in Bitcoin for some of them, but again, I don't know what kind of. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a more specific answer for that. Any other questions? Guess we'll wrap it up a little early. Okay, cool. Thank you, everyone.
Is our next speaker in the room? I'm not even going to try to butcher your name. If you are next on stage, come on up.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. Thanks for having us. I'm here with my buddy Carson. We're working on a project called Hornet Storage for Nostr. Provides multimedia support for Nostr relays. Here's our GitHub. We are the other stuff. Yep. So the big problem with Nostr right now is that it only can support text. And if we want to truly decentralize the internet, we obviously need a lot more than text. So here I'm going to go into how we leveraged something called a Merkel tree, which a lot of you Bitcoiners might be familiar with. But we actually used a more evolved version of a Merkel tree, or I should say just a different version, called a Merkel DAG that allows you to support folders and files, all sorts of other types of things beyond text. So here we go. So to begin, I want to emphasize that this is basically a layer 2 above Nostr, and it's completely backwards compatible. At the beginning of the year, we had ideas surrounding Merkel trees. We didn't know if we could make them backwards compatible, but because of all of the enthusiasm and support from OpenSats and just everybody building all these different clients, we really dedicated a lot of time to figuring out how to make it backwards compatible. And here you can see Nostr at the bottom. And then above that are the Nostr clients and Lightning. You know, we use Zaps, and everybody's got different clients. And then above that, we have Hornet-enabled clients and something called Bitstream. I'll get to Bitstream later. But the beauty of Hornet storage is it's basically a Nostr relay that can support all sorts of files beyond text. And it lets relay operators view how much data each app is occupying. So if the relay is supporting videos and photos and GitHub repos, maybe they don't want to support all of that. Maybe they only want photos, or they only want videos, like focus like a YouTube. They can do that. They can easily toggle not only the file types, but even the app names as well. Another thing that's great is it's all coded in Go, so you can run the relay on any OS, and it's highly scalable in that sense. Here I compare the different types of Merkel trees. You could see the classic Merkel trees on the right. Those are the ones used in Bitcoin. And they don't support syncing very well unless you build a protocol on top of it, like negentropy. And they don't support file storage. And in the middle here, you see Merkel DAGs, and that's what IPFS uses. And those do support file storage, but their branches are very bloated, and I'll show you guys how that happens a little later. And their syncing system is also incredibly complicated, and the request sizes for the syncing system can get too big as well. And then on the left here, we have our Psionic Merkel tree DAGs, or Psionic Merkel DAG trees, and that's our new Merkel tree that essentially combines the best of both worlds so that we can have the small branches of the classic Merkel trees in Bitcoin and the file storage ability of the IPFS Merkel DAGs. And on top of it, we built the tree syncing system as well that's built into the trees. And I'll go into all of this step by step. So here are the classic Merkel trees used in Bitcoin. On the right, this is what a Merkel tree looks like. The leaves are the green pairs. And in classic Merkel trees, the leaves always have to be in pairs of 2. And you hash them together, and then that's how you get one of those purple parents. And then you hash the purple parents together, and you get another parent until you get to the root. And then on the left here, you can see the example from Satoshi's white paper of a Merkel branch, and how you can grab a few of the pairs up to the root inside the block. And you can prove that a transaction was included in a Bitcoin block without downloading the whole block, which is really useful because people don't want to have to download everything to prove inclusion. And the real beauty of Merkel trees in a system like Nostr is you can prevent delay attacks. So if I'm trying to download a file from you, and let's say it takes me an hour to download it, well, I have to download the entire file in that hour and then check its hash to make sure it's the right file that you signed. And if it's not the correct hash, then I just wasted an hour. That's a really big problem, and that is an attack that can be exploited because I need to make sure that that is owned by you. that you own that file, that you signed it. And the only way I can do that is proving that you signed the hash of the file. So the beauty of Merkle trees is you can chunk up a file into a bunch of different hashes, and I can download the file bit by bit or chunk by chunk. And every time I download a chunk, I can verify it against the Merkle root and make sure that it's yours, because the user just signs the Merkle root instead of the file hash. The Merkle root's right at the top there, that little black part. So now the user just signs that, and they download the file bit by bit. So classic Merkle trees don't really support anything beyond text, but Merkle DAGs allow you to do a lot more. And this is a picture directly from IPFS Proto School. And here you could see that the leaves aren't in pairs of 2 anymore. You can actually have as many leaves under a parent as you want. So on the left here, you could see there are, so there's a picture of a fish, just different pictures underneath that, that block. And it's very nice. It essentially, how it works is instead of hashing the 2 leaves together, the block or the parent above those leaves actually contains a list of all the children. So you can see child 1, child 2, child 3, and those match these files below. So now you don't have to hash them together. You just download this block, and it will prove that those leaves are included in it. But the problem with this is, what happens if we have 10,000 files in one folder? Like sometimes your tweets, or you have 10,000 tweets in your profile. Well, in IPFS Merkle DAGs, you'd have to download that entire block, which would be 10,000 hashes in order to prove that one of those tweets is included in your tree. So that becomes very prohibitive, because sometimes a tweet might just be like GM or a little emoji, something smaller than a hash. So if I have to download 10,000 hashes to get one tweet, that pretty much destroys the whole benefit of Merkle DAGs. So what we did was we created a new, basically a merger called a Psionic Merkle DAG tree. And here you could see that the parent block is actually a classic Merkle tree. So instead of downloading this entire parent block, now we can actually just download a little bit of it. I can take a classic Merkle branch, and you see I don't have to download those blue parts. I only have to download the green parts. And that lets me prove that this file or tweet or anything you want is included in the tree. So it really solves the problem for Nostr, because if you have 10,000 tweets in your folder, now I can just download a Merkle branch from here, and then this full Merkle branch to prove that the tweet's included. So it gives us the best of both worlds. We've got the file storage, we've got the classic Merkle branches, and all the benefits of the IPFS Merkle DAGs and the classic Merkle trees in one. So another benefit is we implemented a syncing system as well. So each leaf here is actually labeled with a number, and that number is inside the tree and hashed. And the beauty of this is now, when you do syncing, and if 2 relays are trying to share what data is missing, they can just list what leaf numbers are missing. All they have to do is list the Merkle root at the top to identify what tree they're talking about, and then they just list the leaf numbers that they're missing. And currently there's a really popular relay coded in C++ called stir-fry. Stir-fry uses classic Merkle trees, and it uses a syncing protocol called negentropy. And negentropy forces relays to essentially take a snapshot of all the data, or lots of data that they have, and then they share that snapshot with other relays, and then that relay does the same thing and shares it with you, and now you guys know what you have. So basically there's this pre-step that you have to do to exchange data, and then you can discover what's missing by process of elimination. And that extra step is computationally costly. So with Forest, is what we call our syncing system, you don't have to tell other relays what data you have. You can just request the missing leaves by listing the leaf numbers. And you can even request a range of missing leaf numbers. So you could say, hey, here's this Merkle root. I'm missing leaf 20 through 100. I mean, that's as small as a request can possibly be. It's like single integers. I mean, 20-100. incredibly tiny. So you don't have to send these huge fingerprints of what data I have and so on. And Graph Sync is the one in the middle there. That's the IPFS syncing system. And it's a little bit better than negentropy. It doesn't require that sharing of data, that pre-step. But if you start requesting leaves from different branches, then you have to start listing hashes or parent hashes from those different branches. So the request size starts to grow. So with Forest, we've eliminated both of those problems. You don't have to list parent hashes. All you have to do is list the Merkel root of the tree and the leaf numbers that you're missing. So our goal with it was just to shrink the request sizes as much as possible so we could minimize traffic on the network, because in a decentralized network, operating relays is very costly. So if we can reduce overhead in any way possible, it'll make that network faster and healthier. So the first implementation of these Merkel trees we want to do on Iris. And we figured out how to do it in a backwards compatible way. And here I'm going to do my best to explain how exactly that works. So first, you turn your Nostr note into a Merkel DAG tree. And let's say you want to attach a photo to your Nostr note, and you actually want that photo to be on the relay, not on just some centralized website. But what you do is you turn the photo into a Merkel DAG tree as well. And then here, the JSON here is a kind1 Nostr note. This is what a normal Nostr note is for everyone that all clients use. And what we did is we created a new tag here called the H tag. And in this H tag, you actually put the Merkel roots of the photo that you're attaching to your note. So like I said, you turn your note into a Merkel tree and the photo into a Merkel tree. You put the Merkel root of the photo in the H tag of your note, and then you sign your note, and voila, now they're connected. And the beauty of this is that on Iris, or any clients that implement this, they will prioritize viewing the photos from the relays. And that's the only photo that will be displayed, not the photo from the centralized web. But on other clients that don't support our trees, the photo from the centralized web will be displayed because these other clients won't know what these H tags mean. They won't know what to do with the Merkel roots, so they'll just ignore them. So that's the beauty of it, is that Iris can just ignore the link to the centralized web if the photo matches the photo in the tags here. And you can just display the photo from the relay, and then the other clients that don't support it can just display the photo on the centralized web. So it's just completely backwards compatible. And also, if you wanted to, Iris could fall back on the centralized web if the photo wasn't being delivered from the relay, just to really provide that layer of redundancy for liveliness. And yeah, so that's a really important part, is preserving that backwards compatibility. And to top it all off, you can also have a profile tree. So you can have a tree of all of your notes. And the beauty of that is now we won't have so many missing notes, because right now relays are just storing notes. They're storing stray notes, and they never know when they're missing notes from someone's profile. But with this, your entire profile, all of your notes can be turned into this Merkel DAG tree. And each leaf in the tree is a Merkel root of one of your notes or one of your photos from step 1 and step 2. So the great part of that is that now you can leverage Forest to sync someone's profile, because you have a complete state of their profile. You have their entire profile in this Merkel DAG tree, and each leaf in the tree is the root of one of their notes. And all you have to do is say, hey, I'm missing leaf 1 through 100, and that would be 100 notes, and you can sync those with Forest. The next project we're applying the Merkel DAG trees to is the decentralized GitHub. And the reason we really needed it, and this was actually our initial inspiration for building these, is because GitHub, and Git specifically, requires folder support. And with Merkel DAGs, they support folders. So you can actually specify the Git folder, its location, and turn it into a Merkel DAG tree. And then you can sign the Merkel roots of it and store it on a relay. So this allows you to cryptographically verify your repo just like you do Nostr notes. And this is your entire repo. Like everything is inside this tree. And it's kind of simple at first, but it took a lot of work to get there. And in terms of the social media part of the GitHub, you can look at the Nostr notes almost like an event log. Like commits and merged pull requests, those are state changes. So when the repo updates, that's from a commit or from a pull request being merged. And the Git folder will change, which means the Merkel tree will change. And what you do is in those notes, you specify the new Merkel root for that repository inside the note. And we'll be using NIP78 so that we don't flood other clients, non-GitHub clients with these notes, because people like to do commits a lot, so we don't want people seeing that. And NIP78 just lets you specify that these notes are commits, pull requests, and issues. And issues are really similar to like forum posts, so you don't really have to do much special. You don't have to really include anything special in them. It's just a normal note. So those are the three main parts of GitHub, and we have each of them covered. And we actually have Cypher Hoodlum and my buddy Anthony working on the UI for the GitHub, and we're all taking care of the back end. So as it all develops, it'll really be fun to see it come to life. The last 8 months have just been a lot of work on all the back end. So it's coming along slowly but surely. But your Git Nestor, we're calling it Git Nestor, but your Git Nestor profile is also a tree. So every commit you've ever done, every issue, it's all part of your profile's tree, or your repository's tree, more accurately. Just like, as I explained before with Iris. So the next step is something called a verified web app. So I'm sure people have probably heard of progressive web apps, VWAs. And our goal with verified web apps is we wanted to remove the reliance on HTTP. So with this browser extension, you'll be able to connect directly to relays and download the data, have it load up in your web app without using HTTP. And you can use many different transport layers to do this, using libpeer-to-peer's transport layer system. They have WebSockets and WebRTC and really whatever people want, but we'll probably just be using WebSockets to start. And I hope that Iris and Git Nestor and other Nostr apps can behave in this way and be a verified web app. And a part that is kind of cool where we try to simulate native app security is that you can actually have the browser extension check the hash of the web app. So if the relay tries to deliver you a new version of the web app, you can see that that happened. Because usually when a web app updates, it happens without your knowledge. You just go to the website and it loads up, and you don't even know. So with this, you can actually see that a change happened, and you can approve it. And you can even see if that change was signed by the developer who made the web app. If you have the developer's InPub, you can check against it. So this way, it's more like when your app updates on the App Store and you press update. It tries to mimic that. Also, I've got to give a shout out to Robin at ZeroSync. He is doing zero-knowledge proofs on Bitcoin, where you can turn the entire blockchain into a zero-knowledge proof. And that will allow mobile phones it will allow everyone to do basically a domain system on Bitcoin. So you could register a domain on the Bitcoin blockchain. And now users don't have to run a full node to verify that that domain exists and it's only registered to you. You can actually verify that that domain is on-chain and that it's registered to only one person without having to download the whole chain using the zero-knowledge proof. So once that is done, I think that will synergize really well with Nostr, because basically you could register a domain and put the IP address of a Nostr relay and have that relay host a website. And then anybody can go to a full node and grab an SPV proof or grab a, I guess I forgot to mention, you don't even need SPV proofs at all. You just grab the data and verify it against the zero-knowledge proof that it's on-chain and that IP address of that relay is connected to that domain, and type it in the browser extension and it will load up that IP address and connect to the relay and download the data for that web app. So I'm really excited about verified web apps and this browser extension. It's definitely, I think, an important step forward. And last but not least, there's what I mentioned very early on, Bitstream. Bitstream is another idea that Robin worked on with me, and he really perfected the mechanics of it. I more had the concept in mind of what I wanted it to do. And how it works is that you can pay to download files bit by bit. So usually you pay a relay to store data, and you can pay them over time, like maybe once a day, and if they stop storing your data, then you don't pay them anymore. But with Bitstream, it flips everything around, where you can actually pay relays to download the data bit by bit. So I can go to a relay, let's say there's a missing note, and I have the note hash, and I know what relay it's on, like using NIP65 or some other relay discovery mechanism. If I can find the relay that has that note, I can give that relay the hash and pay for the note with Bitstream over Lightning. And the thing that's so nice about it is that it's atomic and trust minimized. So if the relay delivers the wrong note and it doesn't match the hash, then he cannot claim your payment. And the way that Robin achieved this is the Lightning Network, it relies on something called pre-images and HTLCs. So when HTLCs stand for hash time locked contract. So in the Lightning Network, if I pay someone, the only way that they can take my coins is if they reveal the secret pre-image. And if they don't reveal the pre-image, that's the correct pre-image, then they can't take my coins. So we were thinking, what if we made the secret pre-image the file chunk itself, like the file chunk that you want? Because they have to reveal this secret anyway. So what if they revealed the thing that you were trying to buy? And that's what we started with, but then we realized that it has to be a secret, and everybody might have, so other people might have the file chunk. So Robin thought, oh, well, what if we used adapter signatures to tweak the pre-image so that it's the file chunk, but there's still uniqueness to it every time. And that way, I can pay to download the chunk of the file, and the relay can only take my money if he delivers that chunk. And it's completely atomic and trust minimized. So it's a very exciting way to do it, and relies on PTLCs, which is a more privacy-friendly version of Lightning. But since then, Robin actually has optimized it, or he's created another version that doesn't use PTLCs, it uses HTLCs. And in this new version, he actually has the relay freeze up a certain amount of coins. And then the user can request a file chunk, and if that file chunk isn't delivered properly, then the relay loses those coins. And the thing that's so nice about this is that it gets around the problem of what Fiat Jaff likes to call the flaws of Lightning. I mean, it doesn't do it for normal traditional retail payments, but for this relay thing, it does. Because with Lightning, if you try to dispute a payment on chain and it costs you $10 or $5 to do an on-chain transaction, but you only paid 10 cents to get this little file chunk, why are you going to go do a $5 transaction just to get back 10 cents? Nobody's going to do that. So that is a valid criticism. And with this, you can actually destroy all of those coins that relay has frozen up if they lie to you. So it might be just 10 cents that you're paying, but if they lie, you can destroy, $100 or $1,000 or however much the relay has frozen. And that's incredibly costly for those relays to do that. So it's a big advantage that we can finally get around that, at least when it comes to paying for files. And I'm really excited about that version, but either version should work. His main encouragement was because PTLCs are a bit slow and they're limited to 32-byte chunks. So if you had a gigabyte file, you'd have to divide that into 32-byte chunks. And that's a lot of invoices, so it could be a bit slow, the PTLC version. So this new version gets around that, but it does require some liquidity from the relays. But hey, that liquidity from relays could be a good way to discover relays if they're freezing up coins, because it's costly to freeze up coins, and you can fight Sybil attacks possibly with that. So it might lead to a new relay discovery system, but we'll see. Yeah, so that is basically most of the project, and I would love for you guys to check out our website, hornetstorage.com. We go over things a lot more in depth there. I hope I was able to simplify things as best I could. It's difficult, but yeah, we're actually coming out with a paper soon that's going to describe everything I went over in this PowerPoint more in depth in case I missed anything or stumbled over my words. And that way you really be able to nitpick and analyze every part of it. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, feel free to come up to the mic and ask. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, I might have to click the switch.
Is that better?
Yes.
This is really cool.
Thank you.
My question is, when you have, how do you get around the problem of if, say, I want to add a commit to my Git repository, and I add one on my phone, I make a commit, and then I add one for my Mac.
Yeah.
How do you, I mean, there's the problem of making sure you have the latest Merkel DAG before you add a leaf, and then there's the problem of what happens if you accidentally sign two.
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I actually forgot to go over that critical part. So, oh my God, I actually, you know what? My apologies. There's a really critical part of the GitHub I forgot to go over. I totally skipped over it. So, when you go to upload your repo, when you do a commit, you download the latest version of the repo from the relay. And once you download that, you can compare the leaves in that repo in the latest version to your leaves that you've just changed. And then you can merge those trees essentially and re-upload the new repo. And the relay only allows one person to edit at a time using like a mutex lock or other options. But so that way there are no conflictions. There's only one edit allowed at a time. And this comparison function is critical to the GitHub working because a lot of times 5 or 10 different people are editing the same repo. So if I'm going to make a commit, I have to make sure and download the latest repo and merge it with my tree. Like let's say I edit one file in my tree and then there are some other files that have been edited. Well, I can download the latest tree, merge those other edited files with mine, and then upload the new tree and sign the root. So that way you get around that issue. And that comparison function is absolutely critical to making this work. And the beauty of it is that it's like a layer above Git in a way. Like we aren't really modifying Git at all. We're just turning the Git folder into a Merkel tree. And if any of those other files are changed, you can see those leaf hashes change. And all the files that don't change have the same leaf hashes, so you can leave those as is. So this way you can kind of reconcile the changes, and then one change is done at a time. And if you really want absolute security, you can actually put the Merkel root on the blockchain. And if you do that, and we're actually building there's a guy named Loki who's building a signer function, so you can sign the Merkel root, and you can actually, in the CLI, and you can put that root on chain. And there are other protocols that put Merkel roots on chain, like Taro and Ion, and a lot of other protocols. But the beauty of this is now, when you put the Merkel root on chain, you can list the app name, Git Nostr, and the repo name. And this provides you with a time log of what the latest version of the repo is. Doing this for every commit would be overkill because it's expensive to do a transaction every commit. But if you want to do it for big changes, big merges, you can put that root on chain, and the Hornet relays will be running a Bitcoin full node alongside their Nostr relay, because Nostr relays accumulate like 2 terabytes in just a month or two sometimes. So running a Bitcoin full node is trivial. It's just like a terabyte. So they'll be searching the blockchain for anything signed by your key or with your repo name, and they'll be able to see the latest Merkel root for your repo. But if they don't want to do that, you can just use timestamping like normal Nostr notes, and obviously the participants in the repo have to be honest, and that's why permissions are so important. You can't just let anybody edit your repo. But yeah, if you want to really, really be sure and you want that extra critical security, you can put the Merkel root on chain.
How are permissions managed?
Oh, could you come up to the mic, please? Sorry.
I prefer not to, if that's all right.
I can't hear you.
How are permissions managed?
How are permissions managed? Well, there's a few different ways, but you could do like a classic multi-sig where you have a list of in-pubs, and those are the ones in control of the repo, and you could have a leader, and only those in-pubs are allowed to edit the repo. So if anybody else tries to edit the repo and they upload a Merkel DAG that has a root signed, if that isn't signed by one of the in-pubs in the list, then it is an invalid upload and the relay will reject it. And if the relay is malicious and he saves it anyways, well, all the users viewing the repo can see the original list of the maintainers, and you can cross-reference it with the root that has just been signed, and you can easily see that that guy's not on the list, so it's not a valid repo. It's not a valid update. So I think it could be interesting if people leveraged it like Frost or other multi-sig techniques one day. I think that could be really, really cool. But for now, I think it'll basically be like a lead maintainer, and he'll be in control of the repo and be in control of that list of people who are allowed to make edits. Good questions. Happy to answer any more. If anybody's curious about, let's see if I missed anything. Seems like we got everything. Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. Oh, what's up? Yeah, Sonic Merkel DAG trees. What? Did you say packets?
Yeah, more like the data.
The data.
Yeah.
Okay, so think about it like this. Like, let's say you have a photo of a cat. Well, that cat, you could turn it into this. And now it's chunked. So you download the branches. So this part that's highlighted in green is a branch. So you can download a branch of that cat photo, and you download branch by branch. And once you've assembled all the branches, you can then turn that Merkel DAG back into a normal file and load it up, and you can then view the photo of the cat. So this is actually how classic Merkel trees work as well. It's just chunks, branch by branch. And that's like how Bitcoin works, is a branch works with branches. SPV proofs work with branches. So it's the same idea, and this is exactly how Merkel DAGs work. So this isn't like a theoretical concept, like we didn't make that idea. The only thing the psionic Merkel DAGs did is it made it where this block here is no longer needed to be downloaded as a whole. You can download just a chunk of the block and then a chunk of the file. Because if this has a list of 10,000 hashes, that would be a very large block to download just to get a single file. So that's this is really only innovation of the psionic Merkel DAGs. The whole idea of downloading files branch by branch, chunk by chunk, is originated from Merkel DAGs and classic Merkel trees.
We're a couple minutes away from doing the closing remarks, so.
Yeah, sounds good. Cool. Thank you very much.